cool. I've got plenty of the sewing kits for right now. That's a bit of a shock, but I do. God, I hate this. Oh, I am out of oh, it's worse than that. Fuck, I can't see! If it's something that I decide to change later on, I can just move houses. That's fine. I can relocate the entire village. Nothing is ever committed. Everything's set up until the last second. Last map.
Okay, so, camera. Wait, did they change it where the camera's?
Jesus Christ! Okay, that one got me.
They did.
Oh, that one actually spooked me.
Damn it, and I
Know that they are reacting in fear, and they are being willfully ignorant. None of that has to do with you in particular. The only thing you should be ashamed of is potato ketchup. That's it.
Potato ketchup? Is that a thing?
So if you look in my chat, I just did exclamation point Gibbity Sigma.
If you said that,
We actually have to do the thing?
Yeah.
Man. Alright, disabling stratagems. Oh, God, no! Tank! Tank, tank!
Where's the tank?
Right
I
there.
found it!
Right there. Roll suit! Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and associated others who may or may not be in the aforementioned category. I am, believe it or not, Kestrel McKnight. And you're not. We just have to accept this. Good morning, Zambi! How are you doing? Can I help you, Scotty? I ate it. I'll scratch your head. I don't have another treat for you. I forgot to take my medicine. That's what I forgot to do. Trust me, you don't want to be. I need to order my meds. I did not get a text reminder. What the fuck, yo? I don't want Prime. I want to order my meds before I forget. Because that's gonna suck. So I may have been working on Coda a bit hard. I literally dreamed about getting it released, which we should be going this week. Yeah. And button pushed. Yay! So that should be coming by Sunday. Maybe even tomorrow, if I'm lucky. Yeah, definitely so. So, but should be getting Coda into the alpha stage this weekend into next week. I'm going to verify that I can import stuff from my server first before I tell everybody, yay, hooray, let's start dragging people and kicking and screaming. There will be an initial limit, but I don't think we're going to be hitting that anytime soon. And I'm going to be scaling it up as we go. Just to make sure I don't break shit. And I just have to also make sure that I am, well, not breaking other shit. So, yeah, that's... Enjoy the work and look, Tracy. We're here. So yeah, it's been... we're getting close to the culmination. And then once I get that stuff set up, there's a lot of things that I have placeholder that I just need to beep, 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 put over. It's cool. I'm looking forward to it, and we should be rolling into what is phase 2 on the list fairly quickly, because I have been coding a lot of it, even though I haven't been updating the Trello board, because I don't want to update that Trello board until we know for certain. I also, because of how it works, I need to have I need to put a pin in saying that the Mac OS version is set, because they're not going to be cleared through Apple until after I launch things. Because fuck Apple! Also, I cannot compile it locally, so I have to send it out to be compiled, because I don't own a Mac OS system, and Mac requires it to be done on a Mac OS device. So, fuck Steve Jobs, fuck Tim Cook, fuck whoever comes in next. I hope they get apple worms and devoured from the inside. The only thing I've ever given Apple credit for is good marketing. Because to be honest, they were good at marketing. They've fallen off in recent years, but they're good at it. So, we're going to dive into Blade Song. Because I said, I want to hit things. In cloying darkness, you writhe. You cling to life by the tips of your fingers. I didn't press space. Something takes shape in the emptiness. Contours of flesh tracing along familiar lines. A withered old woman's face, floating before your own. When she speaks, she has the rasping voice of a raven that I will not imitate. Who are you? A swordsmith? A survivor? A saint? I'm a dying man. Dying? Wrong. It is not yet your time. The Sundering claimed untold lives, yet you endured when so many around you perished. What did you do to survive? So we have the choice of being a mercenary. I joined a band of sellswords, forging the blades used in our butchery. When last of them died in battle, it was time for me to start over. Grants 3 toughness. We have leader. We built a settlement at Osterhall. I was their smith and their spokesman. For many years we held out. One by one I buried them all. Gives me a bonus to diplomacy and may open unique dialogue choices. Wanderer. I plied my trade from settlement to settlement, gathering hard-won knowledge about the world that is falling apart. I kinda like Wanderer. Slave. I was too useful to kill. I was traded back and forth as a prize between warlords who kept me chained to a forge. When I saw my chance, I escaped. Part of me also likes the bonus that the finesse gives me, but... And also gives that, defiant, defying the odds of everything aspect that I do enjoy. I think, however, I'm going to go Wanderer. A cold hand touches your brow. Water cools your burning throat. You kept something through all your hardships. A keepsake from a better time. What was it? A bottle of a rare old world spirit. For an optimization-focused playstyle, grants a bottle of precious liquor to boost your progress. A family heirloom for a story-focused playstyle. Grants a unique family heirloom passed down through prior generations of your lineage. An artisan's toolkit for a creative playstyle. Grants a bundle of leathers and pigments for more creative freedom early on. I'm going to go with family heirloom. The fire is burning itself out, leaving you a damp shadow of your old self. You claw blindly in the darkness until more water is tipped down your throat. What do you believe in, now that the voices have abandoned this world? Ambition. Humanity can rise above the voices if we learn their secrets. Continuity. I believe in the small things. Bread rising, seasons turning. Children growing, being little shits. Freedom. We're better off without the voices. Humans can adapt to anything. Compassion. Every small kindness is an act of defiance in a world without pity. Or nothing. Nothing matters anymore. There's peace in accepting that. I'm going to go with freedom. Because the problem, personally, is I'm torn between freedom and compassion. Because I really like that sentiment. When the world is cruel, the most punk rock thing is to be kind. The absolute strength it takes to be kind in the face of cruelty is immense. So we're going to go with freedom, though. Because adaptability is also a core concept of who I am. Adaptability and versatility. Defiant to the end! You can shake your fist all you like, mortal, but you can't stop what's coming. I don't like that she called me mortal. I'll leave you with one final question, and I don't expect an answer. What will fill the silence the voices left behind? As the old woman's face retreats into inky blackness, sparks flicker into life behind her. One by one, a field of stars burning with sickly pale light. Like seeds taking root, they twist and expand, their tendrils branching and burrowing through the darkness, until they've strangled it with light. Woo! Hopefully you, Tracy, otherwise I wooed for the wrong person. Which I guess is possible. Now, Wakesmith, you still have a part to play in humanity's final act. A new day has dawned. Who's dawned? Your eyes flutter as you regain consciousness. You are faintly surprised to find yourself alive. Either death did not come for you, or when it did, it found you unyielding. Awaken! You sit up, gasping, sweat drenched. The fever has broken. Remember! A lifetime on the roads, selling your wares, sleeping under the trees, learning the secrets of the world. Every year it got harder. Landmarks vanished, bridges collapsed, outposts fell to ruin. At last, you were forced to seek a sanctuary. It was a long journey to Aaron Keep, through dust and despair. Your last memories are of sliding from your dying horse, your numb legs tracking furrows in the mud as someone dragged you to shelter. But who? Outside the tent is a crude field forge, complete with an anvil. Did you crawl here in a daze? Or did your mysterious caretaker bring you here? Either way, the anvil gives you a feeling of home. Get your bearings. You're in a tent. There's no sign of your caretaker apart from the half-empty water pail and a damp cloth on your brow. You peek out of the tent flap, squinting against the sunlight. Outside, as far as the eye can see, stretches a chaotic sprawl of tents and shelters, churned mud and shallow graves. Most of your rations are gone. Your horse is already dying when the fever took you, its body nowhere to be seen. By now, it's likely soup. You are on your own. I know it said the contraction, but by God, I'm not using it. It's more impactful when you say you are instead of your. Assess the field forge's condition. Not like I have much of a choice. Excuse me. I feel better. Okay. It seems to have been abandoned for a long time, lacking anyone with the skill to work it. But it won't require much effort to get it running again, should you need to make a living out here. And, well, let's be honest, everyone needs to make a living. Hopefully, it won't come to that. What the fuck do you mean it won't come to that? You think you're going to be able to get in the gate when you see this big, huge refugee camp outside? Come on, crackhead. First, you should head to the gates and try to secure entry to Aaron Keep. That's why you came here, after all. A short tutorial will teach you all you need to know. Please, follow it closely. Welcome to the camp, Swordsmith. People come to you with commissions. You choose which commissions to take on. Commissions will refresh daily. Select the highlighted button to choose your first commission. It looks like an anvil. Perhaps you should press it. Oh, it's Owen. Whoever the fuck Owen is. Your first customer is a gaunt man in a tattered cloak. He approaches you, noticing the anvil outside your tent. You a blacksmith? Can you make me a sword? I've got the coin for it, just make sure it's good and long. Don't like my enemies to be in hugging distance, if you catch my meaning. When you accept a commission, you prepare a billet for your sword. Preparing a billet costs action points. Action points replenish daily. These little bastards up here. Preparing this billet also requires steel. 11 steel, we have 22. and we see this at full cost. This is our reward. We'll get 50 XP and 40 thalers. And we see here that he requires a two-handed. So we can rotate, we can move, we can zoom in and out, we can use tutorial flag at any time. Customers have requirements. Yay, hooray. Change length. I remember this part from the demo. Come on, keep. Yeah, we're at the length. Oh, you're just stopping me from doing more, bitch. Not quite how that works, but okay. Alright. Usually customers won't accept a sword without a point. Why not? Cross-section ability makes your blade sharp. Let's add it. Then we got there. The edge is now sharp. You can further adjust the shape of the cross-section. Keep hammering until the hexagon shape becomes a diamond shape. Great, your blade is complete. Click the hilt mode to start working on the hilt. In hilt mode, you have access to a library of sword cards to complete your sword. Select a guard from the library and attach it to the slot on your sword. We're going to do with a light guard here. They want 2 hands. We'll do mild paper slim. What's the... That's going to take the least amount of steel. Ah. Boop. Change width? Oh. Yay, hooray! Offer this basic bitch sword to Owen. The man takes the sword and jabs it at a shadow experimentally. A slow grin crosses his face. This should do the trick. Thank you, Smith. Here's your payment. A nameless sword. Congratulations on finishing your first sword. Another customer awaits. Word is already spreading around camp about the new smith. Your next customer is a wary-looking man with a bald pat. His hollow eyes darting back and forth. Heard you came down with a wasting fever. Lucky to be alive you are. Anyway, can you modify this sword for me? I scavenged it from the ruins, but I haven't got enough of a point to it. I want something I can stab into a thief's belly if I need to. He hands you a sword with a sharp edge, but a rounded tip. As you hold it up to the light, he leans forward conspiratorially. I've only had this blade for 3 days, and I felt people's jealous eyes upon it. If they come for it in the night, I want to be able to give them a short, sharp stab. Stab, stab, stab. I like... See, my issue is I can't look underneath and I can't rotate this. Because if they've got that emblem, I would like to have been able to put it underneath as well. But that's just me. So we're going to revisit the point. Boop, 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 boop. No, I see. Push the button. The man takes a sword and tests the point, smiling at the bead of blood that wells in his fingertip. He then stows it away, glancing around the camp as he does so. Folks out here will take everything from you if you ain't vigilant. Keep a keen eye out, Smith. He scurries away, his back hunched as though against non-existent downpour. A nameless sword. You just received a scrap item. Go to the inventory and inspect what you received. Salvaging turns scrap items into useful resources. This costs small amount of action points, so it's perfect use for leftover points at the end of the day. However, to see item's description, then interact with the item to salvage it. Rust implements past their prime. Only good for salvage. Yay! And that gave me more steel and more wood. Not a lot of wood, but it gave me more wood. All the action points are done. That's all we can do for the day. We end the day. End the day. We started with nothing. We earned $55. We paid $20 for something. Who knows? We don't know. There's a daily upkeep of $20. What does it give us? Who the fuck knows? I don't... Oh, knowledge. These are my skills. Hadn't paid attention to these before. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. Better be taller than a ship's mast. That'd be a really fucking short wall if not. It was built to withstand enemy armies, but since the Masked King's ascension, it mainly keeps out desperate masses seeking his protection. Examine the magical barrier. It's only visible in the half-light of dawn, or when it pours rain, a faint shimmer that rises from the walls and captures Aaron Keep in a vast dome. For a city to survive this long past a sundering, it must have extraordinary defenses. You've heard that some outposts have guardian dragons, or shrouds of impenetrable fog, but none have as perfect a protection as Aaron Keep. It's as though the songs never ended. Attackers, human or otherwise, are simply unable to breach the dome. Poisonous miasmas dissipate harmlessly against it. Plagues are kept at bay. Within this sanctuary, crops grow without withering, water runs clean, and people can sleep without fear. If such miracles exist in the world without voices, surely there is hope for the future. You are now inspired. As you approach, the portcullis rises to admit a caravan, and chaos breaks out. The crowd swells like a rising tide. Refugees push forward, begging for entry, and the guards batter them back with their shields. The merchant wagons barrel through, their drivers using horsewhips to lash stragglers out of the way. Call for the attention of the guard. Huh? What do you want? He gazes down at you like a fisherman disappointed with his catch. I want to enter the keep. You a citizen, or you got yourself a worker's permit? No, I don't. Then get out of here, applicant. Stop wasting my time. Applicant. That's the euphemism the guards use to refer to the desperate hordes camping outside their gate. It has a nicer ring to it, you suppose, than refugee. I have useful skills. I'm a blacksmith. Every applicant who comes here begging is a doctor or a master glassmaker or a damned alchemist. You think I was born yesterday? If you were, you have a mighty impressive beard. If you're a smith, prove it. If you just come with me, I'll demonstrate my skills at my forge. You think I can just leave my post like that? Buzz off, little fly. Head back to the tent. You return to your tent, where your makeshift forge awaits. You're hardly at your best working with such limited materials, but it's all you have for the time being. It won't be long before your cache of steel runs out. Since it seems you're going to be here longer than expected, you should make a priority to find a merchant in this forsaken place. A new day has dawned. Nicely done! You finished the tutorial! From today on, you'll have more action points to spend. You won't be able to complete every commission, so pick the ones you like the sound of. The game will open up from here. Don't be afraid to explore. Here are a few resources to get you started. Resources: 40 steel, 30 wood. Okay, so we've got 8 action points. So I can do Mason, Owen, and Corthan. That gives me a mystery reward and oval grips. I like that. I like that. Owen gives me 2 gold. Corthan gives me more money. Okay, I like this. Let's see. We'll go from here. We'll forge it. I could just real quick. Yeah, because that'll give me more options overall. Because that's 33, 43. Oh! It may be better to do Griswold instead of Owen and Corthan. Okay, that's fine. We'll go with this. And we're just going to hammer the length. Alright. Change the thickness. That's a pretty thin blade. Change the width. Get a point. They want a narrow point, so we're gonna just keep going. And we're gonna do the cross section. I think I need to... Yep. Had to increase the thickness a bit. Okay, we're gonna do square cross. Strong taper with the octagonal pair. And that gives me everything we need. It's too simple to actually name it, so we're just gonna say... And I could name it, but I'm not going to. So we offered a Mason. Thank you, Smith. I missed having steel at my side. This might even be better than my old blade. Hope this one lasts as long as that did. That thing carried me through the sundering and all the trouble that followed. Oval Grips Volume 2! We gained a skill point and reached level 2. I'm going to go ahead and do asymmetrical blades. I think that's gonna be a good thing. Maybe advanced cross-section control? No, we're gonna do asymmetrical blades first. Because this gives me more... The mystery reward might be nice, might be trash. It's better XP, more money overall, and that's gonna give me wood. Giggity. I need a sword, aye? Why do you need a blade? All sorts of scurrilous rumors been circulating about this humble gravedigger, Smith. They say I steal from the dead. One man in particular thinks I took his wife's ring when I planted her in the earth. Well, I ask you, what use does a dead woman have for a ring? There's supposed to be an understanding. I don't dig graves for free. And the dead are the ones who pay. What kind of sword are you after? Something that'll make him think twice about bothering me. He's bigger than me. But a good blade even the odds, don't it? I'm not looking for trouble, I just want to be left alone to do my work in peace. It's a little brutal, but I'm not going to judge this guy for doing what needs to be done and looting the dead. If you didn't want them to take the things off the dead, strip the body before you have the guy bury them, okay? That's all I'm saying. Not like he's going around and just like, oh, this one's dead. Take their shit and then bury them. Bam. Change thickness. Width. Give me a point. A broad point, you say? Cross section. Oh, so if we do the change width. Bring it a little bit tighter. Then taper the width. Nope, 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 nope. It's not what I wanted. Nope, that's not what I wanted either. How did they do that? If I do... Oh, I know. Nope. Yeah, that's not working how I want it to work. Okay, delete that one. Delete that one. Cross section. Both sides. And then width. That is a okay. Long as you're happy, I guess. As long as you're happy. Oh, interesting. So let's say that is not enough wood. Okay, got it, got it. I guess that would work. Then we just need to put you there. You there. This is a horrible blade. But it meets everything he wants. So why should I complain? He takes a blade in his dirt-blackened hands, immediately testing the sharpness against his thumb. A thin line of blood trickles through the grime, and he grins with satisfaction. Now he has a disease. Now let the bastard come and test me, aye? I'll split him down the middle and bury the two pieces in the midden pile. Colorful imagery. Good luck out there, Gravedigger. Hi, you Smith. If I end up burying you, promise I'll put you somewhere nice. Maybe near a tree. That is a horrid blade. Oh, I got indigo. Okay, so that's all I can do today because my action points are done. End the day. Oh, and we are just a hair from level 3. Let's explore the camp, shall we? The camp. Why are you kicking a chicken? Look at that. This is a kid about to kick a chicken. Outside the walls of Aaron Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. Let's introduce yourself to the neighbors. The tents near you are mostly occupied by unfriendly, suspicious folk. They spit on the ground when you approach and ward you off with threatening gestures. There is one exception, however. A young woman who actually smiles as you approach, though her eyes are haunted and hollow-set. Glad to see you're feeling better. You were on death's door for a while there. You looked after me? Not exactly. I dragged you to safety after you fell off your horse. Thank you for that. No problem. The old woman did most of the work nursing you back to health. I checked in now and then, but she told me you were still recovering. Where is she anyway? Haven't seen her in days. No idea. Let me know if you run into her again. I'd like to thank her. Will do, but wait. You mean to say she's not a relative of yours? How odd. Must have just been a kind-hearted soul. Count your blessings. There's not many of those around in this camp. Lovely neighborhood, isn't it? She snorts a half-hearted laugh. Name's Chev, short for Shavana. But only my mother calls me that, and she's been dead for 10 years. She's painfully thin and covered in grime, much like everyone else in camp. She's the first person you've seen smile, though. What do you imagine goes on in Aaron Keep? I'm starting to forget what civilization used to look like. In Aaron Keep, everyone eats like an emperor, and the streets are paved with beer. I bet the carriages are drawn in by butterflies, and steaks grow on every tree. No, you're gonna find ham. Ham are in the bushes. She lapses into silence. Somewhere in the distance, a scream rings out. You both try to ignore it. Do you happen to know anyone selling materials I could use for my forge? I heard someone say there's a scrap peddler in the Lost City selling all sorts of things. Be careful if you go to Lost City, though. That place gives me the shivers. Say your goodbyes. Before you can leave, Chev grabs your arm. There's a wild desperation in her eyes. I've been stuck out here for weeks, and not everyone in the camp is as friendly as you. I'm not sure how much longer I can last. Can you do me a favor? If you get into Aaron Keep before me, find a fellow named Lucas Baronia. He's my uncle. If he knew I was out here, he'd help me. I'm sure of it. Of course, I'll let him know you're here. Thank you. She rubs her eyes. Look at me, getting my hopes up. Lucas Baronia. Remember the name. Probably won't. Chev lifts her hand in farewell as you walk away from her tent. Her smile is as fragile as porcelain. Scavenge for food. The tragedy of the applicant's camp is indescribable. So is the smell. There are no sewers out here, and not everyone bothers to go to the outskirts to use the latrines. Ew. Tucked away from the squalor, you find a pocket where desperation hasn't completely taken hold. Children are playing in the mud, a few scrawny chickens peck the ground, miraculously uneaten. As you pick your way through, wary eyes track your movement from tent flaps, some calling out to alert your neighbors to the presence of a newcomer. At the center of this little commune, you find a family crouched around a huge cooking pot, simmering with meats and scrounged vegetables. A little girl tosses a handful of wild herbs into the stew. Your mouth waters. Approach them. Father, mother, a gaggle of children, a grandmother with a face like an ancient apple, even a dog rolling on his back in the dirt, tongue waggling. They're rough-looking sorts, filthy and gaunt. But you're not exactly presentable yourself these days. As you get closer, the man twitches aside his cloak to reveal a heavy wooden club. His wife's hands dart to a dagger in her belt. The dog snarls, hackles raised. They all look at you carefully, awaiting your next move. Introduce yourself. Oh there, stranger. Name's Bennett Maunder. This here is my wife Trianne and her ma, Gata. I can take you through the names of the nippers if you like, but I get them mixed up myself. Young woman smiles wanly, withdrawing her hand from the dagger's hilt. The old woman just nods, her expression lost in massive wrinkles. The children cluster behind their father, peeping at you and giggling. And this mutt's name is Troldo. He's a good boy. Keeps the vultures away. With the word vultures, Bennett's expression darkens. Troldo sneezes disdainfully. Pet the dog. The dog lifts his lip in a snarl as you approach, but at the last moment it lowers his head and allows you to scratch behind its ear. Troldo seems to like him. Good enough for me. Good boy. Troldo's tail wags wildly, stirring up a cloud of dust. You mentioned vultures earlier? Aye, human vultures. He doesn't elaborate further, but his shoulders stiffen. What's in the pot? Smells incredible. Only smells good because from the looks of you, you haven't had a proper meal in weeks. Come on, pull up a rock. Grab a bowl. It's a hugely generous gesture. Meat out here is as precious as gold, and a man has children to feed. I'm not going to turn it down. It's hot and thick and rich with meat. Best thing you've ever tasted. For the first time in weeks, the hunger in your belly ceases its howling. How long you been camping out here, Bennett? Almost 2 months now. Every day I beg the guards to let us through, but they're not interested in the likes of us. They offered us a trade, though. They'll take our nippers in and keep them safe, if Triana and I go work ourselves to death in their mines. But then who would look after old Gaida, eh? What do you think of that, Gaida? Old woman bobs her head, smiling vacantly into the crackling fire. She gives no other sign of having heard you. I agree. Gaida wouldn't survive out here alone. You should take that offer, Bennett. It's the only chance you got. There's always hope, what I say. How many other families you met at camp who've kept everyone together and alive in this cursed age? Monders are a different breed. We'll find a way into the keep, and you won't need to sell out old Gaida to do it. Where'd you find all this food? Seen those big merchant caravans that come trundling through camp every day? A box of rations fell off the back of one of those. Some luck, ain't it? Teach me your ways. In truth, I'm not sure I could do it again. Time was perfect, guards were distracted, merchants had all caught the wasting fever and could barely lift their heads. Can't rely on that kind of luck. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Bennett. I'll see you later. Away from the Monders, the atmosphere of camp reasserts itself. Unfriendly glares, distant sobbing. You draw your coat close around yourself and try to hurry back to your tent. Climb into your bedroll, enjoying the rare feeling of a full belly. You offer a silent thanks to Bennett Maunder and his clan before sleep steals you away. A new day has dawned. Just the big words there makes it feel more epic than it really is. And we got 10 action points today. Okay, so we're gonna do the thing for Bennett. Bennett Maunder approaches you with their anvil, with Trodo trotting faithfully beside him. Dog's tail wags in recognition as he spots you. Good tidings, Smith. Just thought I'd drop by to take a look at your forge. It's a nice little setup you got here, ain't it? I was lucky. Forge was already here when I arrived. That is a stroke of luck. Still, there's a lot of bad stuff lying around camp. People die and leave their things behind. He pauses, scratched Troldo behind the ears, and straightens with a sigh. Tell the truth, Smith, this ain't a social call. I was looking to commission a blade from you. What brought this on? Camp's a dangerous place, and getting more dangerous by the day. I could do with a good sword if I'm protect my family. Any experience with weapons? Not with swords, no, but kept order at my old tavern with a stout cudgel when needed. Drunk men are easier to handle than desperate ones. But I do know a bit about how to hurt a man. Not hunt a man, hurt. Hurt, not hunt. What can you offer? I don't have much coin, but I got goods to barter. Stuff I've gotten from wrecked wagons and ruined farmhouses. Troldo whines softly, nudges against Bennett's leg. My children, Triano, Gaida, they're dependent on me to keep them safe, Smith. Please, that's gotta be worth something. It is. You fed me. That's not nothing. Boop, boop, boop. Right there. Alright, change the thickness. I feel better about that. Nope, we're not going to do the width. We're just going to do... Why is the speed so low? That's not helping. Okay, they want a narrow point, so let's point the narrows. Okay, Bennett wants a... So let's do an inverse mile taper and a oval mile taper. Okay, that actually worked out okay. Good lord, I have like fuck all for materials then. Uses half of my wood, almost all of my steel. Nope. Thank you. That looks more like a sword. I can work with that. Bennett's blade. Oh. Dabbin. And then we will do... back to the hill. Make it fine wood. You have to give it a little more. Alright. Oh! But... okay. I don't like that. Really don't like that. Oh, that... okay, that's kind of cool. I'm not sure I want to, you know, forge it on concrete. Oh, this is how I could do it. I see now. I just gotta put it out here in the... whatever the hell this is. I can then... oh... I like that. What is this? Alright, that's cross-section display, screenshot mode, toggle lighting. Oh! Whoops, nope, put that back. Wrong button. So I'm putting light on it. Just have it out in the middle of nowhere. What all? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I like that. Alright, I now know how to do the thing when I decide to get all fancy with stuff later. Absolutely love it. Oh. Point. Bennett takes the sword with reverent hands, his weathered face lighting up. Troldo wags his tail. I don't know much about swordsmith, but this feels good in my hands. He makes a few careful practice swings, testing the weapon's weight and reach, while Troldo watches approvingly. If any more vultures circle around my family, they'll find more than they bargained for. Between Troldo's teeth and this blade, the Monders can hold their ground. Give my regards to Trian and the children. I will indeed. They'll please to know you're looking out for us. There you go, Smith. Take this. I found it in the ruins. He produces a gleaming necklace, clearly valuable. Thanks, Bennett. If you ever need anything, company, hot meal, whatever, you know where to find us. Come on, Troldo. So we've got the horseshoe, old tools, gold pendant, and another level. That's going to give us the advanced smithing, because I'm not going to do the part scaling yet. Beep. So we've got... That gives me 18 with 4 left to go. So that gives me 1 more, but has the potential of giving me more... that. Whereas that just gives me a flat 8 and 2 things for wood. Alright, we're gonna go with this guy. A weary-looking man approaches your anvil. His shoulders bowed and his eyes haunted. He's sporting a fresh black eye. Out here, the strong prey on the weak. I should have accepted that a long time ago. And I'm tired of being counted among the weak. A good blade might change that equation. Well, unfortunately for you, I only make bad blades here. These blades are not getting anything for Christmas. Nope, not taper. Not taper. I lied. I don't do that quite yet. I want to do point first. Now the cross section, let's say... edge thickness. Oh, come. If I do spine width. I kind of like that. Strong taper. Cross guard. Repair. Fine wood. He takes the weapon with grim satisfaction, his mouth twisted into a bitter smile. Perfect! Now the next person who thinks I'm easy prey will learn otherwise. Would you like to accept this offer now? A nameless sword. Alright, that's all I can do. Almost to level 4. We've gained a toughness, and I don't know what I did to gain that. But I did. End of the day. End of the day. So we got 71, spent the 20 on the upkeep that no one knows what it's for, giving us $210. The Lahost Setai. Not all of Aaron Keep was granted the Masked King's protection. In centuries past, the city spilled beyond its ancient walls. Now the barrier, which traces the wall's course, has left these outer areas to the mercy of the wastes. Nicknamed the Lost City, these crumbling districts have been picked over by countless looters, but rumors persist that there is worthwhile treasure to be found amongst the rubble. Search the ruins for valuables. Lost City has been endlessly picked over by scavengers. Your hopes of finding something are slim, but irresistible. Shards and rubble crunch underfoot as you trudge down empty streets. Sure enough, one by one, half-collapsed shells of houses prove to offer nothing of value. Venture deeper. You search for hours, but no luck. This part of the Lost City is picked completely clean. Sun dips low in the sky. The shadows of the ruins lengthen. Time to leave. Oh, I didn't get the scrap peddler that time? Fuck you. The hour is past midnight. You're woken with a soft, silken hiss. A blade slices through the fabric of your tent. Fabric falls away to reveal a pair of gleaming eyes. A crescent of yellow teeth, a gaunt figure with knife in hand. He steps carefully into your tent, apparently thinking you're asleep. Behind him are the dim shapes of other men. Each night you bury your tools and coin in a new location. There's not much in the tent they can steal, but they don't look like the types who will be happy if they don't find anything worthwhile. Don't take one more step. The man freezes, his grin widening. Oh, awake, is yer? Might be easier this way. Hand over your coins, food, anything you got. His companions enter the tent behind him. 3 more men, all rail-thin and desperate. Leader takes a menacing step closer. You picked the wrong tent. I make swords. You can't think I can't defend myself? Leader hesitates, but only for a moment. 4 against 1, Smith. Use your head. Stop waving that toothpick in my face. You think you scare me, you scrawny runt? The thief pauses, eyes flitting across your muscular shoulders and strong, callous hands. He attempts a smile. Let's get out of here, boys. Think we picked the wrong tent after all. Thieves melt away into the night, leaving you alone in your sliced-open tent. They'll require a few hours of stitching to repair, but you're too tired to attempt it now. You manage a few more hours of fitful sleep before dawn breaks. Well, that's a problem, but not insurmountable. Got 6. You're bent over your anvil, repairing one of your hammers, when a sudden voice at your shoulder makes you jump. Hey, working lurking. That's what it takes. We appreciate the lurkers in this corner of the interwebs. Hello, Smith. The man just moved quietly as a cat. He's small, wiry, with a balding head and eyes almost lost within deep black circles. Looks as if he hasn't slept in weeks. You startled me. You should keep a better lookout, Smith. Name's Stacker. I try to keep watch over the camp at night. Walk perimeter, check on folk, warn off thieves. He rubs his face wearily. 3 nights ago, I caught some fellas trying to break into old Marta's tent. She's got nothing but a few scraps of food and some blankets, but they were going to take it anyway. I called out to them, told them to move along. They just laughed at me. What was I going to do? Fight all 3 of them with my wooden club? I need a sword. Why do you take it upon yourself to watch over everyone? Someone has to. Watch up at the keep, don't care what happens down here. As long as we don't cause them trouble, we're on our own. The way I see it, if we stick together, we make the camp, well, not a nice place to be, but not unbearable neither. Trouble is, people always want to claw at each other over who's got the most scraps. Did they take anything? Aye, they did. Took her last bed of dried meat and the good blanket her daughter gave her before she died. Left the old woman shivering and hungry. All because I had nothing but a lump of wood. Next time I want to give him pause. Even with a sword, 1 against 3 is poor odds. Thieves are cowards. All bark and no bite. Sight of drawn sword will set them running. Alright, what kind of blade do you need? Nothing fancy, just something that'll make thieves think twice about whether they really want to push their luck. Alright. Let's get fancy. We're gonna need that too. There we go. We got the length decent. We'll change the thickness. Go there. Broad point. That's more impact than Thor. That's like a very pretty club. Okay, we don't need much else there. We're gonna go with the hilt. Again, be cheap as we possibly can. Okay, if we go oval. Strong taper thick there. Okay, so those... Whoops. Those are the same. We'll... Yeah, I'll do that. Works for me. Camp Warden. Offered a stacker. He takes a sword with steady hands, checking the balance in the edge with a practiced eye. Damn fine piece. Exactly as I asked for. Straps the sword to his belt, adjusting it until it sits comfortably at his side. Thank you, Smith. Camp's lucky to have someone like you. Just do what I can to help out folk. Been in this camp for years. Used to hide my tent like a rabbit, but I'm getting old. I'm not afraid of dying anymore. There we go, level 4. That puts me the sword part scaling, so we can make things bigger or smaller as we so desire. Giggity. That was nice. Let's salvage that. End the day. Explore the keep. Back to the Lost City to find the peddler. Peddler. As the night draws closer, shadows Lost City come alive, hidden eyes from high places. You scurry through the ruins, feeling as small and vulnerable as an insect. Fortunately, the scrap peddler is easy to find. He warms his hands over a blazing fire in an empty market square, accompanied by a sad-looking mule, pulling a cart full of junk. He is an off-putting sight. Most of his face is bandaged, but the exposed areas are a mess of festering sores and flaking skin. You dread to think of what the bandages are hiding. Not contagious! Not contagious! The peddler points to himself as he shouts. One yellow eye peers madly at you through the gate. Sorry. through the gauze. Not through the gaze, through the gauze. All right, I believe you. No need to yell. The peddler nods, looking immensely pleased. I have many things. I find them in the dark places. I sell to you. How'd you find all this stuff? The dark places call to me. I find forgotten things there. He points vaguely downwards. The mule retches as though ready to expire. What do you sell here? Many things. Much to be found for those who know. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm surprised no one has killed you and stolen your goods. I'm good at hiding. If found, I cough and sputter and pretend to be contagious. The bad men run a mile. But I'm actually not contagious. I swears it. Can I see your wares? But it's too dark. The dark time is for taking my favorites, not giving. Come back in daylight so you can see what you're buying. Yes? Bid goodbye to the peddler. Part is forever and always. Yes? His rotten grin sends a shiver down your spine. Well, search the ruins for valuables again. You find a temple tucked away from the main thoroughfare. Its entrance cleared of rubble. The interior largely empty, except an altar spattered with dried black blood. A slice of sky peers through a crack in the dome above. As you walk through the temple, you notice a coil of incense twisting up from the steps leading down to the crypt. Somewhere below, you hear barely audible chanting, "I'm going to be sacrificed." Profane scene greets your eyes. Candles at precise points around a chalk sigil, surrounded by a dozen robed figures, their hands raised. The air itself fills thick with purpose. The chanting stops. They've seen you. I didn't mean you any harm. The robed figures silently surround you, grabbing and pulling. When you struggle, fists rain down. One of them draws a dagger and slashes you across the shoulder, leaving a nasty wound. Ooh, I'm gonna die. You tear free and make a break for it. Half running, half staggering, you flee through the blasted streets while robed figures pursue you. Finally, you duck into a ruined pub and hide among a thicket of weeds. The robed figures run past without a second glance. You're safe. For now. Hobble home, nursing your injury. You hurry back to the camp. Unlike the Lost Souls camp among these black ruins, you still cling to the hope of entering Aaron Keep. Well, I should not have investigated like that. You treated your wounds with staunch moss, but blood soaks the bandages. It's going to be a tough day. I lost 2 points. Let's see what you have for me. You make your way through the lost city, the harsh daylight throwing the ruins into stark relief. The sound of your footsteps echo eerily in the crumbling silence. At last you reach the Scrap Peddler's Square, a rubble-strewn market plaza claimed by weeds. The peddler perks up at your approach, his one visible yellow eye widening with excitement at the prospect of customer. I saved the prettiest trinkets for you, yes? Survey his wares. What does he have? So we got guards, we got modular thinking, twisted steel, and the heavy hand. Let's go ahead and do Sword Essentials. Because that's 159. All that good for now. I can always come back in the middle of anything. Scrap Peddler dances around excitedly, his bandaged hands fluttering over his collection. Mule retches pitifully. But goodbye. Tell your friends of me. Tell them I'm not contagious. Not at all. He keeps saying that. concerns me that he keeps saying it like that. Yeah, we're going with her because she gives me the most stuff. Also the most expensive, but it is the most, so we're gonna go with that. And if necessary, I can salvage something to get more of a steal. I hear it at night, you know. Circling, screeching, getting closer. What? The others say I'm mad. That we left that thing back in the waste. But they didn't see what it did to my brother. The way it looked at me as it tore him limb from limb. It didn't hunt like an animal. It watched me, enjoyed my fear. I'm sure it's followed me all this way. Sounds like a good blade at your side could come in handy. I don't know what a sword can do against something like that, but I figure having a sword is better than having nothing at all. Forge it! Ooh, don't forge it, forge it. Ooh, sorry, no. Change the length. Hand and a half? I've never seen it ask for a hand and a half. That's literally asking for a bastard sword. Those bastards! Nope. Do a little cross-sectione. And then all that's good. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to increase the size. Of the handle. So if we do mild taper, yep, I was right. And then we want to put the don't have the steel. More than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Back to the forge. Oh, I could do an emblem. I'm not going to, but I could. And we're going to do the fine wood again because I just like how that looks. Monster Tickler. Let's be honest, it's gonna tickle a monster. Offer to Isolde. Yep, I just had to make sure we had all of the things required. She weighs the blade in her hand. The balance is perfect. When it comes, I won't hesitate. Not like before. Not like when I ran and when I left them. She pauses. The pause lengthens until it becomes clear that she won't speak again. Quality craftsmanship, that. It'll see your beast off. I heard it again last night. Closer than ever. Let it come. I'm not scared anymore. Oh, this is gonna suck. Okay. End the day. End the day. Explore Aaron Keep. Go to the camp. The camp, the camp! Outside the walls of Aaron Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. Let's start by speaking to Shiv. You'll find Shiv sitting outside her tent, gnawing at chicken bone that's already picked clean. Nice to see you again. I'm just enjoying my dinner. I'd offer you some, but I'm still waiting for my sommelier to pair the perfect wine. How did you end up here? Grew up far west of here in Kuriv. I lived in a beautiful part of town. On certain mornings, the sea and the sky blended together into one shade of misty blue. It was like looking out into a hazy abyss, with ships suspended in the middle. Then the sundering happened. Since then, I've been hopping from settlement to settlement, disaster to disaster. A few years ago, I heard Aaron Keep had survived. No, better than survived, it had thrived. The safest place in the world, surrounded by a magic shield that kept both plagues and monsters at bay. The name sounded familiar, and then I remembered. My dad used to tell me how his fool of a brother had moved to Aaron Keep to make his fortune. That is a stroke of luck. You're telling me. In any case, that's how I came to be here. My uncle's the last member of my family left alive. I'm sure he'd take me in if only I could get through the damn gate. What do you know about the magic barrier around Aaron Keep? It appeared shortly after the Sundering, right? At the same time as the Masked King took the throne? I don't know much more than that, sorry. What's the latest gossip around camp? Oh, you know, usual thing. Petty fights and thefts. People die, new people turn up from the waste to replace them. Well, leave her to the meal. Thanks for stopping by. And let's see if we can steal rations. This is probably going to end up poorly, but you lie in wait at the camp's outskirts. As twilight turns to dusk, a wagon appears on the horizon. Its enormous spiked wheels training up a storm of dust in its wake. Black armored guards sit atop the wagon, wielding a fierce-looking crossbow. If they spot you, you're likely to end up punched full of holes. But you're in luck! A child runs out in front of the wagon, almost ending up minced beneath its wheels. The wagon pulls to a halt as the guards shout at the boy to get out of the way. I'm going to die. Yep, I died. You make a dash for the wagon, but one of the guards spots you. There's no warning. He raises the crossbow and fires. The bolt strikes you squarely in the heart, knocking you to the ground instantly. You grapple for a moment at your chest, wheezing and sputtering as strength fades from your arms. Then darkness closes in. Now you're just another corpse. Let's do that one more time. I don't think it's going to be any different, but let's try it. Oh! Ha! Orange Jesus praised me this time! Thank you, Orange Jesus. You dart out, a shadow among shadows, and hoist yourself in the wagon. After a heart-stopping moment, you're relaxed. The merchant is leaning out the window, distracted by the shouting outside. In one swift movement, you grab a nearby bag and slip out the way you came. The wagon is already tumbling back in motion. No time to lose. Check your prize. It's filled with strips of salted meat and chunks of black bread. Enough to keep you fed for days, unless you want to repay Bennett Maunder's kindness and share the haul with his family. Head to the Maunder's tent. Bennett and his wife are nowhere to be seen. Old Gaida sits in her chair, smiling vacantly, while the children stoke the fire and scrub out their iron pot. Childo the dog trots up, wagging his tail at your approach. Oh, it's a children's boy with twig-thin limbs and a sour face. Looks up from his work and glares. What do you want? Where are your parents? Trying to score us more food. As soon as we get some meat, it seems. He can't help give it away to random strangers. He glared at you. Obviously a thinly veiled accusation. Okay. We're gonna try diplomacy, though I don't think it's gonna work. It would have been rude to turn down your father's invitation. The boy relents. Yeah, I guess so. Old man's too damn nice for his own good. Pet Choldo. Dog pushes into your hand, his tail whipping around maniacally. Didn't catch your name, kid. Sandrick. I'll tell my dad you stopped by. Leave the boy to his chores. Boy grunts when you bid him farewell. Trollo runs excited circles around you as you leave, then bounds back to resume guarding his family. Let's speak to Chev. You find Chev sitting outside her tent, gnawing chicken, but yeah, we already done this part. I'm not going to read that again. Seeing as how I died last time I talked to her. Look around the camp. Only the rats are well fed out here. I shouldn't do that again. Okay. Unfortunately, the merchant wagons seem to have upped their paranoia since your theft. You wait for hours as they tumble past, one by one, but the guards are keen-eyed and the drivers don't stop for anything. Perhaps you just got lucky before. It seems there won't be another opportunity like that again. You hurry back to your tent, concealing the food under your cloak. There's no room for sentiment in the camp. Once you're safely hidden from hungry neighbors, you tear into the bread and meat savage glee, as undignified as a wolf at a carcass. Cold, salty, and stale, best thing you've ever tasted. Please tell me I didn't eat it all. Chev approaches your anvil with rumors to share. You know a stacker at the South Point of Century who roams around the camp at night trying to keep order? Turned up dead. Suppose it was only a matter of time. Apparently he tried to challenge a whole gang of thieves who were menacing an old woman. He didn't stand a chance. It took a sword after they killed him, too. Yeah, it's not a big shock. Okay, Thomas. The way, yeah, these are... Got silver. Pretty sure that goes to wood and silver, and we got a mystery reward. Let's... Mystery rewards, probably the best option. It's good money, good experience. Let's go to our friendly neighborhood peddler. Okay. Bid goodbye. So, don't know what the mystery reward's going to be. I spent more money than I should have. I'm also probably going to need to, we'll have 2 action points for... What do you need it for? Keep the fine folks at the camp safe from thieves. Well, most thieves. course, safety ain't free. Gotta eat, right? And some folk don't want to chip in for the greater good. Well, trouble seems to find them. He yawns. Nothing too fancy with the sword. Just make it big and sharp enough that the sight will put some... I gotta see what this message is. Oh. May update on my meds. Alright. Just make it big and sharp enough that the sight will put some fear into a sensible man. Are you sure that there are sensible men in this camp? Just asking. Good lord. How freaking long of a blade do you want? This is more than 2 freaking... Jesus! Making a goddamn claymore! Okay, point. Regular point. Cross section. So what do you? Nope. There we are. Not sure why that made it sharper, but okay. Okay, oval. And then... Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. That's fine. Not how I expected that, actually. I need to go to the peddler and get some leather. Now, if I swap that to... Okay, no, that... Swap. Eh. That saves a lot, actually, on both fronts. We want a wheel type 11, wheel type J. Let's get rid of the Norse and give the wheel type J. Actually, yeah. That works as a good counterbalance and gives you two-handed, the regular point. Gives you a little bit of everything. Aw, hell. Firelight makes the steel gleam hungrily. Quality worksmith. Oh, it's happy to support local craftsmen. Keeps camp economy flowing, right? Laughter rings out as he leaves. Other refugees scurrying out of his path. Aw, hell. Could be worse. Hey, we got saffron. We can now make yellowish things. Alright, that's... I spent a lot of money today. Okay. And the day. And the day. Go to the camp. Want to see if the Mounders are there. Outside the walls of Aaron Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. Now let's speak to Chef first. Outside her tent, gnawing chicken bone, I see again, blah 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 blah. What's the latest gossip? Do you have a plan for entering the keep? Of course, I've got a skilled team assembled with lockpicks and grappling hooks. No, I don't have a plan for getting in. I'm making this up as I go and failing miserably. Leave to the meal. Head to the tent. Ben and his wife sitting by the fire, their expressions grim. Cooking pot is empty. Their gaggle of children hide at your approach, with the exception of Sandrick, who crosses arms and scowls. Troldo was pleased to see you, at least. He bounds over, ball of slobber and fur that jumps up joy, almost knocks you over. Good to see you. Forgive my less than cheerful disposition. You've had a bad run of luck lately. Share your stolen rations. When you begin handing out meat and bread, Bennett's eyes nearly pop from his head. He grabs your hands, tears carving tracks down his dirty cheeks. By the burning dead, are you sure? I can't accept this, Smith. This is too much. Don't turn away charity, Bennett. You're too generous for your own good. Aye, maybe you're right. Thank you. I almost forgotten there were still good souls in this world. Bennett's wife, Trianne, immediately sets about dividing the bounty, her hands shaking with emotion. The children gather around wide-eyed, while old Gita claps her hands together in delight. Family falls upon the food with desperate hunger, but Bennett ensures everyone gets their fair share. Even Trolda receives a generous portion, his tail wagging furiously as it devours the unexpected feast. This will keep us going for days, giving my family hope when we had none left. I'll not forget this. Sit around fire for hours, sharing jokes with Ben and his wife. You've given away food that could have kept you going for days, but even in good cheer among the griminess of the camp, in the moment, it feels worthwhile. Who knows if you feel the same way when your belly starts growling again. Oh, the man. Alright. We've got... Today is going to be the last day of the wounded. I'm going to go with Osco, I think. Osco seems like the best bad idea I've got. What kind of hunting do you do? Oh, that's secret, my friend. If everyone knew where to find such easy prey, why, they would all succumb to temptation. And where would that leave me? With an empty fork. Alright, I'll get started right away. Delightful! I really don't like where this is going, but... that's fine. Bam, bam, bam. This feels like a needlessly long blade too. Why are we making long blade? Oh, it's two-handed. That would make a little more sense. Change thickness. Change the width a little bit. And then put the point on. We're gonna make that pigment black, walnut brown, and black. Before we do that. We do a paper, then put a hair there. Of course. Because fuck you, that's why. Let's actually... wrong taper. I hate how these connect. I hate it. I hate it, but... I hate it! Okay. We need speed. That is so stupid that I can do that. That is so goddamn dumb. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. That's still stupid, but we'll take it. Everything about this sword, I hate. Offer to Osco. He takes the sword with reverent hands, as if it's a sacred relic. Yes, I hate this sword so much. Thank you, Smith. When night falls, I shall start my next hunt. The cannibal. $5 says he's a cannibal. Saddle Brown. Reaching level 5. I can do sword part bending. I can engrave. I can make curved blades. Fuller. Rounded ends. Oh, so I can. I see what that is. Let's do engraver. Oh, that increases finesse by 1. Yeah, let's do engraver. Boost my finesse by 1. And we've got... There we go. End the day. End the day. As you bury your tools for the night, never can be too careful, you hear a heart-piercing scream. You find the camp in chaos. Figures run back and forth, knocking down tents, wailing, stumbling. The sun has just slipped below the horizon and darkness begins to fall. As you search for the cause of the panic, there's a sickening thud. A corpse has fallen from the sky and landed atop your bonfire, quenching it instantly. Look to the sky. A winged shadow circles above, blotting out the emerging stars. It lets loose a shriek that turns your bowels to water. And me without my Smith diaper. Identify the threat. I've got a 50-50 of this. And I failed. Creature's silhouette is unfamiliar to you. It shrieks unlike anything you've heard before. You can only guess at what horrors this nightmare might be capable of. Some around the camp are drawing swords, trying to organize defense. You recognize your recently forged blades among those waving in the air. Creature's first dive is repelled by blades jabbing at its scything limbs. But it's too fast, too massive. It retreats to the air and swoops down elsewhere, targeting other defenseless prey. Watch helplessly. It descends on a fleeing woman, its jagged forelimbs plucking up the doomed soul. The beast ascends a few minutes later. The victim's carcass splatters on the ground. Oh, this feels dumb. This feels so dumb. This probably won't work. But joining those with swords seems like the... None of these seem good. fuck. Let's try to lead people to safety. Of course. You rush around the camp, but your shouted orders are lost amid the chaos. People don't notice you in their panic. At last, as more refugees flee for cover in the lost city ruins, the beast strays too close to Aaron Keep. The invisible barrier crackles, suddenly alive with pale blue energy. Fierce tendrils of power skitter in all directions, like cracks spreading through glass. And the beast shrieks in agony. Chastened, it swoops away, finally abandoning its banquet. A terrible silence falls, broken by the occasional sob. At long last, it's over. Help the survivors. You wander the camp, reuniting separated families and comforting the bereaved. Finally, once you are so exhausted you can barely stand, you stumble back to your tent and fall into a dreamless slumber. A new day has dawned. The morning air is crisp. Sun shines on devastation. Survivors wander the camp, sun clearing the way away the bodies. Others, drifting aimlessly, survey the aftermath. Tattered tents, extinguished fires. Bloodless corpses scatter the camp like autumn leaves. Look for Chev. You find her standing outside her tent, clutching her forearms, her eyes fixed on the middle distance where the creature had vanished. She doesn't notice your presence. You alright? She jumps, startled, then offers you a wan smile. Lucky to be alive, I guess. What was that thing? That was a Volgoth, I think. We heard rumors about them back when we were fleeing Kurev. Terrible tales of them swooping down and killing whole caravans full of people. Thought it was all just hearsay until last night. Gone, don't worry. I hope you're right. She drops her gaze, finally, from the sky. Did you lose anyone you knew? Not sure. Haven't finished looking around. Well, I'm glad you survived, at least. She rubs her eyes furiously, as though waking from a long sleep, then glances around the shattered camp. Thanks for checking in on me. There's a lot of hurt people out here. I'm gonna see if I can help. Search for the Maunders. You stop short when you arrive at their tent. The iron pot has been knocked over. The fire has burned itself out. The tent itself is a tattered wreck, soaked in blood and gore. The beast ripped the tent apart, then ripped apart those within. There's more than one body, but they're all too badly damaged to tell apart. The torn remnants of old Gita's patterned dress flutters in the breeze. Choldo is nowhere to be seen. You turn away. As you make your way back to the tent, you spy a growing crowd forming around the outer gate. Watch from afar. A mob is formed at the gate, shouting at the guards. It's a volatile situation born of grief and rage and fear. Survivors of the attack voice a common complaint. The guards did nothing to stop the massacre. But really their complaint is more basic. They're still stranded outside the city with no reprieve in sight. You suspect the guards would happily retreat to their stone parapets, but the wagons are rolling in. The gates need to be opened. Where are these wagons coming from? Where are they coming from? Watch for the disaster unfold. Guards fan out from the gate, trying to keep the shouting refugees at bay with their shields. Get back! Get back! But the usual tactics won't work today. One by one, the refugees draw swords. Sharp blades glitter in the morning light, and you recognize your own handiwork. Drop the weapons, or... The rest of the watchman's words are lost in a gurgle as someone thrusts a blade through his throat. The mob surges. The guards retreat, shouting for reinforcements while the wagon is toppled to its side and set aflame. Looters pull crates from the burning wreckage, yelling in triumph. Head back to your tent. You beat a hasty retreat as more guards pour out of the gate, swords drawn, ready to enact bloody vengeance on any applicant foolish enough to have lingered. Strong friend of the week. This should be good enough. Two-handed, leather. Yeah, we should be fine. We will not be fine. They want a two-handed with leather. You motherfuckers. These little shits are pissing me off. Okay, we got a short blade, but... Whatever. Give me a point. And you want... Nope. Actually, if we take that, throw that away. This is... Thanks, I hate it. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Goodbye, peddler. Uses AP and finesse for 1 day. Back to the forge. You know, in hindsight, I hate that color. Kind of a... That guard is stupid. For this type of blade. Let's take that out. Save a little bit of steel. Alright, Oliver. Take it. Next person thinks means you pray will learn otherwise. Okay, what do we have to... Yeah, that's gonna do it. That will do it right there. Or else. Or not, I don't fucking know. 182. I hate this, but we're checking the camp again. I'm definitely not going to the gate after the mob went there. That's just ridiculous. Outside the walls of Varying Keep, blah, blah, blah. Speak to Chev. Oh, you know, usual things. People die. What about the bad memories? During the sundering, abominations rose from the ocean, the waves high as mountain. Sea beasts claimed what if the sea didn't. We were visiting my father's vineyard. Out of reach of the worst of it, we fled thinking our town had suffered some unique tragedy. We didn't know the same thing was happening everywhere else in the world. How are you holding up since the attack? Well, I still have trouble sleeping at night, but I'll survive. A lot of people were killed. Good folk were out in the open trying to save others. Why are the good folk always the ones who suffer? Thanks for stopping by. So you're saying that I'm a shitty person? I think she just told me that I'm a shitty person. She said that I'm a bad man. You spot Troldo, Bennett Maunder's dog, digging up a bone from the mud. When he notices you, Troldo runs up, wagging his tail, and dashes off, pausing to look back. Does he want you to follow? Follow Troldo. You follow Troldo through ravaged tents, covering your nose to keep the foul smell of death out the foul smell of death and disease. At last you arrive at the spot where the Maunder's tent used to be. Now there's are 5 freshly dug graves in its place. Beyond you spot a small figure crouched over a dwindling fire. Approach the boy. You recognize Sandrick Maunder, Bennett's elder son. If he recognizes you in turn, he shows no reaction. His face has been etched into a permanent scowl. Troldo runs up to the boy's side and lays down. The boy scratches his neck absent-mindedly, poking the fire with a stick. Sorry what happened to your family. Is there anything I can do to help? The boy gives no reaction. Troldo whines and rubs his head against the shin. Sandrick, do you remember me? I know you. Says nothing more. His voice carries far more weight and grief than is right for one so young. Share some scraps of food. Pull a hunk of bread from your pocket. Your meal for the night. The boy's eyes light up. As though you're afraid to withdraw the offer, he quickly snatches the meal from your grasp and splits it in 2. Half goes to Troldo, who snaps it up in 2 bites. Thanks. Pet Troldo. Dog nuzzles into your flank, growling contentedly. Those grays back there, are they? He simply shrugs. Looking around, you can see no evidence of his family. The once vibrant Maunder clan has been reduced to 1. Well, 2. Troldo is here, comforting the boy as best he can. I'm so glad that Troldo survived. I'm not happy that Bennett died. I'd be really pissed if Troldo died. Bid the boy goodbye. As he turned to leave, the boy speaks up. If you come back and I'm not here, look after Troldo, will you? Poor dog's got no one else in the world. Troldo barks, his huge tongue lolling out of his mouth. His tail beats dust from the floor. Leave the 2 of them together, boy and dog. Alone in a hostile world. At least they have each other. Return to your tent. You climb into your bedroll, massaging your swollen joints and trying to ignore the rumbling in your belly. Maybe tomorrow will be a better day. The fact that Troldo lives makes it a bit bearable. The dog doesn't deserve it. Dog doesn't deserve death. The dog's the goodest boy. As the gray light of dawn filters into your tent, you hear the tramp of boots through mud, the alarmed cries of your neighbors. Something is happening. Watch out, Smith. Guards are in the camp. I think they're here for... Your tent flaps open. One of Aaron Keep's guards peers in, sword drawn. You, out. Why? Because I said so. Out before my men rip this tent to pieces. As you climb into the light, Rough Hand sees you. Looking around, you can see a full squadron of guards have ventured out from the outer gate, led by a woman with pinned back hair and a severe glare. She's standing over your anvil, contemplating it with an unreadable expression. That's him, Sarge, the one who's been arming the applicants. You recognize the fellow as the same guard you spoke to at the outer gate. There's a tree over there that looks good height for a noose. Shall we get started? You're going to hang me? A guard was killed in the riots. 2 more in the infirmary, all thanks to you arming this rabble with blades beyond their station. Fuck this guy. You were the one who told me to prove I was a blacksmith. Shut up! He looks ready to say more, but his commanding officer raises her hand. The guard shuts his mouth instantly. Wherever did you get the idea we were going to hang this man, Corporal? But, Sarge, the guardsman is dead. Someone has to pay. Yeah, you! You! The applicant who killed Briggs has been slain, along with 6 accomplices. Justice is done. If we blame the smith, what's next? We find the man who dug the ore and kill him too? Sarge, one more word out of your mouth and I'll have you flogged. You were supposed to be on the lookout for a swordsmith, and now I see there was one under your nose for who knows how long? Rank incompetence. The guardsman suddenly seems very interested in his own boots. I told you I was a bladesmith, you fool. He refuses to look you in the eye. You have no use to Aaron Keep if you're an untalented smith. Make a sword for me, something I'd be proud to have on my hip out of the parade ground. If I'm satisfied with the quality, then congratulations. You're Aaron Keep's newest swordsmith. If I'm unsatisfied, maybe I let the corporal hang you here after all. Guardsman brightens up at that. I'll forge a blade to make you the envy of Aaron Keep. Bring the sword to me at the outer gate when it's done. A shout from the sergeant, an entire squadron the entire squadron swivel on their heels and march back toward the gate, jabbing spears at any applicant who gets too close. Dicks! Like, part of it I understand, they just were attacked the day before, but I do understand why they were attacked the day before, because they were still being dicks. So, you know, way to reinforce that. Like, that's gonna take all day. Okay. Survey the where before I do that. I will come back. I will buy something. What do you need? You son of a bitch. Okay. I cannot do that because I do not have the skill curved blades. Fine. So with that, we'll be looking at, I want these 2. Because that'll give me 2 extra. I'm hoping this is going to give me another day to do this. It'll be at night, but I think we're sleeping. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. What do you need? Let's change the length. Hammer time. A thickness. Yeah, we'll go with that. And get the point. You want a narrow point? I almost forgot to do the cross section. Not very much of a sword without a sharp edge. That'd be really bad. Let's do the strong taper. I guess you put a crossguard on there, huh? Of course. Okay. So... Okay. We're going to the peddler. God, I don't want that. God damn it. Yeah, I shouldn't have, but I did it. Really shouldn't have, but I did it anyway. Yeah, because we got the... Yeah. I like that we get the rapier cut. What the... That is... Why is the heavy hand? You're not being heavy-handed with the rapier. What kind of... I'm not going to go into that. Not going to go into that. I am not sure what the Killians are. Oh, that's what Killians are for. It looks cool. We'll play with those later. Put the fine wood on there. Good enough. He holds the blade up, turning it this way and that. His stance speaks of old battles, muscle memory that never faded. Better than I expected. It's good enough. He glances up at the walls of Aaron Keep, his eyes dark. Could be tonight, could be tomorrow, but I'm ready. Okay, it gave me 81 thalers, 5 steel with 2 things that are going to give me more steel. And I've got the... We take Andro here. So he's going to want a one-handed, which will be leather, which is all the leather I've got. But I should get 2 leather here. He wants a saffron? Something is tossed at your feet. Broken remains of a sword. The blade snapped in half. My old blade finally gave out on me. It wasn't much to look at, but I've carried that thing with me since the world fell apart. I feel naked without it. Well, you shouldn't be wearing your blade like that. Oh, not literally. My bad. Can you replace it? I can't be defenseless. I've seen what happens to defenseless people in this new age. Alright, we are going to... I definitely am going to do this. Salvage back, give me 4... Oh, the horseshoe gave me more than the helmet? Weird. How freaking big was the horseshoe? That horseshoe must be huge! I had a hammer. Wait, I do. I'm hammering in the morning. Oops. Alright, we're going to... That could be good. I think. You want a narrow point, so let's get a little bit longer. And then we do a cross-section again, because no one's happy when they don't have a cross-section. I don't have the fuller skill. Oh, nope. I wonder. I can. That's ridiculous. Okay. This is going to be a ridiculous weapon. But I don't care. It amuses me, and that's the point. I need to be cheap about this, so we're going to do a strong taper. And you want the saffron, so we're going to slap that on there. Oh, I got to be a little bit thicker. Okay, what do we have as the pommel? Red fishtail, heavy hand with a Bukanawa? Okay, I'm gonna prepare that. I've had that one. J1, what are the Brazil nut? How can we have a Brazil nut when there's no Brazil? Oh, I don't like that. There we go. Let's do the trade-off here. Whoops, no, I did that backwards. Okay. So didn't we use all the leather? That's good. We have all of our points that we need to get done. So let's offer it to Andro. Miss having seal at my side. This might even better than my old blade. Hope this one lasts as long as that did. Thing carried me through the sundering and all the trouble that followed. Until it didn't. A nameless sword. Because I didn't name this one. That pommel looks a bit larger than it should compared to the rest of the blade. That's going to be a poorly weighted weapon. Thankfully, I don't have to wield it. Now, in the creative mode of this, you can export your blades and 3D print them. Okay, we'll end the day. End the day. Explore Aaron Keep. This feels dumb, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I didn't get enough experience to get the thing that I need, so I'm probably gonna have another day that I can't do shit. Search the ruins for valuables. You come across what was once a guardhouse. A squat stone fort with slitted windows, a pile of skeletal remains are heaped up against the fortified doors. People came here, seeking shelter, and were refused. Looks like a few of the dead were struck by crossbow bolts. Search the guardhouse. The walls are carved with obscene messages. Broken bottles scatter the floor, along with gnawed bones and blood-stained rags. By the looks of it, a group of brigands took shelter here for years. Whether they were originally guards, escaped prisoners, or just a passing gang, you couldn't guess. But they turned the place into their personal fiefdom. In the cells, you find corpses shackled to the walls. They can't have been dead more than a year or two. When the brigands abandoned this place, they didn't bother to free their slaves. Well, that's pleasant. Find your way back to the outskirts. For a moment, you think you lost your way, but then you spot a fountain you recognize, its statue cracked and headless. The remaining water just a puddle of black slime. You breathe a sigh of relief. This is familiar territory. Sun slips low in the sky. The shadows. The shadows of the ruins lengthen. It's time to leave. Some dark shape watches you from the exposed upper floor of a half-collapsed brewery. When you glance in its direction, it scuttles away. You hurry back to the camp. Unlike the lost souls camped among these black ruins, you still cling to the hope of entering Aaron Keep. And as previous days before, a new day has dawned. Okay. Still can't do that one. So if I do that one, that's horrible. I'm going to need to spend $100 just to get the steel I need. Interesting. Goodbye, peddler. I know you're not contagious. Okay, to Styla. Oh, real quick, let's check. Let me see what this message is. Something I need to worry about immediately. And... oh! No, I should be getting my medicine tomorrow. Yay! So that's 420 versus 300. Yeah, we'll do this one. Something can draw quickly but needs to be long. Why would someone follow you when you go to the latrine? Do you know what they want? No, and I'm not going to wait to find out. Next time I see them, I want to be ready. Fair. Even if this wasn't the apocalypse, if someone's following the bathroom, I stab him. Just shank him. There's nothing good coming of it. It's either going to be creepy or worse. Don't take your chances. Not worthwhile. Wasn't kidding on the long freaking hell. Need to be a minimum of like 60 centimeters. That's a long blade. Okay, you want the broad point. Let's bring that down a little bit. You want two-handed. I don't know if I have enough wood for a two-hander. Okay, that works. Back to the point. Gotta be made you wider. There we go. Add the... Fuck you. Nope, not using that. Not using that. That's less? Is that even less? It is. Why is that less? That's heavier, but it's less. File taper. And the heavy hand. That is all the steel that I have. Jesus. Okay. So this actually reminds me, even though that's a dragon's head. Or a lizard or something. This week had one of the most hilarious things I have heard. You all remember the movie Cars, right? Lightning McQueen won a race in that movie by a tongue. He stuck his tongue out and crossed the finish line first. That literally happened over this last week with a horse in the United Kingdom. During the race, it's barely making it through, and at the photo finish, it is ahead by a tongue length. I fully believe that the horse saw the movie. Alright, we're just gonna leave this nameless. She takes the weapon with relief. Her eyes are set within deep circles, as though she hasn't slept for a week. Good. I'll carry this everywhere, and sleep with it close at hand. If my second shadow shows themselves again, I'll be ready. Got some money, got some steel, got a tanker, got a horseshoe, got a book. And the book's gonna give me some neat things for the sword parts, I'm sure. So we get Quillian steps, connector, blue connector? End cap, and 6 more! Okay, so these are creative decorations. Neat. 8 steel, 4 leather. That's gold, that's mostly silver. But not enough experience. I have to do another day. Let's check the camp. Outside the walls of Aaron Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents. Let's speak to Sandrick Monder. Well, that's service chef. Alright, nothing new with her. Oh, so thin, it's painful to behold. I don't even know where I'm getting the food, but I'm sharing it. Petroldo. Goodbye. Return to your tent. Don't know where I got the food, but might as well help out the boy. If nothing else, it's helping out the dog. The dog is the goodest boy. Right. God. That might be the most worthwhile. Definitely the most worthwhile. And that can give me more steel. But no, that's going to give me... I'm losing a little bit of experience. Less steel to start off with. More money. Gives me wood. Gives me... If that gives me about 9 per, that's 18. That's a good... It's worth it. It's worth it. So let's make ourselves another cool looking sword, huh? Hopefully everyone's having a good Friday, this 12th of June. Just a little tippy tap. Get the point. Alright, stop. Hammer time. Nope, that's good. So you want a Smith's Companion? So that puts me at 15. That puts me at 13. So that one's less metal. Huh. Neat. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Fine. . one-handed. We're gonna do the strong taper. Okay, that's 16. 16, 17. So we'll do that. So I need to buy 4. 4? 4. 4. Okay, these are the engravings we could do. I wonder. That, and then I do a little... Scale it. No? Nope, that's not good. I don't know what that do. No, that's not how I want it. Okay, that's fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Does not change anything. Oh, but... let's scale this down. Right about there. That feels a bit more accurate. Let's just change you to fine wood instead, not even wet with the leather. So I need 3 more. So let's go to our friendly neighborhood scrap peddler. 1, 2, 3. Closase. Bid goodbye. Have a lovely rest of your day, Mr. Scrap Peddler. Forge and yeah, that's... Now that I have everything, that's what we need. Let's offer Wheel of Ouch. I've wielded a blade or two in my time. This one's special. Thank you, Smith. Level 6! Curved blades. So now I will have all the skills required. That gave me 10. That gave me 6, so I have 16. Another 10 wood. Okay, I don't hate that. We will end the day. And we ended up getting money. So we have money. Lost City. I don't like this. I don't like the idea. Nicknamed the Lost City. Search the ruins for valuables. You step cautiously into what used to be an alehouse. Its weathered wooden sign still showing the faded image of two tankers clashing. Tavern's roof kept the rain out, unlike most of the surrounding buildings. Let's search the alehouse. Past the scattered chairs and smashed bottles, you make your way to the bar. There's a strong box beneath the cabinet, forced open long ago, but they missed the false bottom. Inside lie a handful of tarnished silver thalers. Hey! I found money! For a moment you think you lost your way. A sigh of relief. Perfect. Holy feck. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I have everything I need to start this. Holy crap. He wants a lot of things. Two-handed, narrow point, slightly curved blade that's sharp and stiff with gold and silver. I need to spend some money to get this thing done. I should not have done this one today. I should have done that tomorrow. But it's too late to go back now. Too late to go back now. Sure. Oops. Went the other direction. We do a cross section. Let's add some width. There we are. Let's fix that point. Oh, that thing's huge! Give me the silver there. And then if we do a wallpaper. Okay, we have a fountain? Yeah. Oh, I've got it. Okay. Nope, that was wrong. That makes it worse. So if we do that, that there with the gold. I don't like that. Okay, we'll put you back to steel. Put you gold. Let's see what we have in the Quillions. No, I don't like that. Can I rotate that, though? Oh! If I do that, put you there, make that emblem gold too. That's still not enough! Okay, what? Like how that connects. That looks okay. What? So I need 5 steel. Yeah, that's gonna be the bad idea I got, so we need to get the 5. The 5. Peddler! Gonna be all of my... I will have 10 to go with me, right? Back to the forge. That gives me a little bit extra, all the gold I have salvaged already. Fancy falchion. Probably spelled that wrong. I don't care. We're going with it. I'm not spell checking this. At last it's done. The blade that will spell the difference between entry to Erden Keep, or swinging at the end of a rope. Shiv has been watching you work the forge for the last hour, hovering at the periphery of your encampment. Is this it? Are you done? Nothing more I can do. Just have to hope. Good luck, Smith. She pulls you into a tight embrace. Remember what I said about my uncle, if you do make it into the city. Can I pull the kid and the dog with me too? Outer gate. Outer gate looms over the camp. Both a threat and a beacon. Refugees gather, pleading for entry, while impassive guards look on. Approach the gate. The guard is slouching against the ramparts, gazing out over the horizon. His heavy-lidded eyes flicker your way when you call for his attention. Huh? What do you want? Guard sneers, especially pronounced this evening. I've finished making the sergeant's sword. Guard looks at you up and down from the wall. At last, with a roll of his eyes, he turns and bellows a command. The portcullis rises. The great doors swing open. Going to see you swing one day, worm. Hopefully today. I want to stab him right in the dick. I think that would be poetic. You walk into the gatehouse and wait for the sergeant's arrival, suffering the impatient glares of the guards. The sergeant is otherwise occupied. By the time she arrives, the first ray of dawn are in the sky. Holy shit, I waited all goddamn night? Let's see it then. Hand her the sword. She takes the sword in her hand, holding it up to the light. She twists the blade this way and that, her eyes glittering. Your heart stops beating till she finally pronounces. Acceptable. By official decree of the crown, sanctioned under the grace of Masked King, I declare you worthy of stepping into the role of Aaron Keep's new swordsmith. Her voice is flat and emotionless. One eyebrow arches as she waits your reaction. I'm beyond grateful. Remember, your entry to Aaron Keep is a privilege, not a right. It can be taken away as easy as a snap of my fingers. Your every waking moment should be spent considering how you can be useful to the city. There's an empty forge in the artisan's quarter that has not been maintained since the previous smith vanished. It is now your duty to fix it back up and start supplying swords to the city as soon as you can. Consider this part of your rehabilitation into civilized society. The previous smith vanished? Aye, and you best think about that before you get up to any mischief. Without another word, the sergeant turns and marches away, leaving you standing in an awkward silence beside the gate guardsman. Here. A piece of parchment bearing the Masked King's crimson wax seal is thrust into your hands. It grants you the right to work within Aaron Keep until such time as His Majesty deems otherwise. You have gained a permit allowing you to live and work in Aaron Keep. Get out of here. Enter Aaron Keep. Because I don't trust that guy giving me directions to anything worthwhile. If I ask directions to the forge, he's probably going to direct me straight into a bonfire where I am burned as a witch. Emerging from the gatehouse, you find yourself in Lasse City in Ala Talinda. Rough justice. Wisps of smoke from morning cook fires trace corkscrews in the sky. Dawn air is filled with the hum and bustle of a city waking up. Ask for directions. You approach the first friendly face you see, a tall youth with broad frame and a tangled mop of straw-colored hair. He is hauling a wheelbarrow, stacked high with leather hides. Hello, can I help you? Apparently there's a forge somewhere with my name on it. Oh, you're Thessen's replacement? I got a livery to make, but... He glances at the wheelbarrow goods and shrugs. A short detour won't hurt. I'll show you the way to the forge. Offer to push the wheelbarrow. Are you sure? It's quite heavy. I'm a smith! Taking the handles, you find the truth of his words. The barrow is heaped high with a tower of swaying leather hides, and your muscles, still weakened by starvation and illness, shudder under the strain of controlling it. After 100 yards, the barrow twists from your grips, restacking the hides. For some reason, he's blushing as though he's embarrassed. So sorry, I'll push from now on. His muscles ripple as he lifts the heavy loaded barrow. Despite his meek demeanor, he's clearly got sinews of steel. As you follow the man through the streets of Aaron Keep, you can't help but marvel. When was the last time you saw people look so happy and well fed? So many intact houses, so many proud spires. In a city this size, how can you be in need of a blacksmith? Oh, we have plenty of smiths. We don't lack for plows and horseshoes, but Thesson Felber, the master swordsmith, went missing a few months ago. No one else in Aaron Keep can make high-quality blades. He went missing? What happened? You'd have to ask someone else. Sometimes he delivered leathers, told Thesson. But I didn't speak with him much. He scared me, to tell the truth. Never met a man who scowled like that, like a walking thundercloud. Hopefully whatever happened to him doesn't happen to me. The youth laughs awkwardly. He focused on steering his barrow across a section of uneven cobblestones. You know, my father was a smith too, back before the Sundering. Back when he was... He hesitates, searching for the right word. Around. My older brother was a true apprentice, the one meant to inherit the forge, but I picked up a few things. Why didn't you go into the family trade? I was sickly frail of body. My father didn't trust me with a hammer. Judging by his nonchalant handling of the heavy wheelbarrow, that sickly childhood is long behind him. What kind of things did you pick up from your father? I know my swagging from my fullering, my hardy tools from my heading tools. I understand the theory, but it's all quiet observation rather than practice. I'd love to properly learn my father's trade. I'd feel like I was honoring him. You know, there's likely room in my forge for an assistant. Really? Aye, good assistants are hard to come by. Youth's excited expression fades, glances down his wheelbarrow. Unfortunately, I'm stuck working for the tannery. How come? It's a long story, but I'm deep in debt to the Houndsburg League. They're a merchant guild who run all trade in and out of the keep. They have me working in the tannery until my debt's cleared, and you can't defy the League in Aaron Keep and live. There must be some way to get you out of this. Well, I could talk to the owner of the tannery, but he's not exactly a reasonable man. The air buzzes with laughter and friendly chatter. The market stalls bustle as coins and rumors are swapped. It's almost enough to make you forget the guards who stand at every corner, hands on the hilts of their swords. Here we are, the artisan's quarter. Your forge is just ahead. There it is, a sprawling building by the canal, stone chimney stack jutting stubbornly against the sky. The door hanging off of its hinges. Jeez, they weren't kidding that I need to get some repairs. How long has this place been abandoned? It looks completely wrecked. The guards ransacked the place after the smith went missing. No shit. He sticks out his hand. My name's Caswin, by the way. Nice to meet you, Smith. There'll be a space in my forge if you get free of the tannery, Caswin. Appreciate it. He walks away, barrow's wheel weaving across the cobbles. New location has been marked on your map. The tannery. Enter the new workshop. Door yawns open, spilling sunlight in a long-neglected domain of dust and cobwebs. Rat skitters away into the shadows. Check the storage area. Luckily, there's a cash supply still here, enough to keep you in business for a few days at least. But it won't last forever. Well, of course it won't last forever. You'll need to find an ironmonger who keeps supplied with good steel, a carpenter who can supply with some wood, and some, well, I already know this decent quality leather. Draw up some posters. No one near Keep knows the forge is back in business. If you put up some posters around town, you'll get the word out. You take some time to scratch some crude advertising on scraps of parchment. Your name, your address, a motto. Oh! I don't want the forge perfection. That seems a bit lofty. I like metal to match your metal. That should do. You put quill to paper, and soon you have some posters ready. Get started. Still air holds barely an afterthought of the scent and sound of iron, flame, and smoke. But all the tools are here. And the chimney holds its breath. The anvil is still tuned, and your hammer strikes a prelude. your flint caps and count-offs as you light the fire. Okay, that seems semi-important. Let's see what we get. We got okay, that's a I like that already. Okay. Watchman walked in the shop, need a replacement blade, lost mine, and, well, can't remember where I lost it, to be honest. Pretty drunk last night. If I report it missing, the quartermaster will have my hide and my pay for 3 months. Okay, so we've got 3, 6, can do 8 total. Okay, so we'll do these two, Kara and Brian. 7 engravings? And a lot of fucking gold and silver. Why so much? Whatever. Oh. That's it, yeah, it's an absolute mess. Okay. Let's start with... That's a lot more gold. Or a lot more coin. More than double. And... Alright, we'll do Hendy. That's it. What do you need a sword for? Mancock said, stalking towards you and Leon comfortably close. The breath reeks of the sewer. There's dust in the air, my friend. Dust which gets you into your pores. Makes you think things. The Masked King unleashed the dust in order to control our minds. He wants to build a castle from our bones. So you need a sword to protect yourself. I'm surrounded by folk who are full of dust. I need to cut them apart, let the dust out of their veins. They'll thank me when I put them back together. If the dust is everywhere, how come you're the only one who sees it? Handy giggles once again. Once the dust gets in you, you can't see it no more, but I've resisted it. You need a protective layer of dirt to keep it at bay. Oh, I shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't do this. You need help, not a blade. When I look to the sky, Smith, I see channels of shifting dust cast over our cities like a net. We're just flies trapped in its web. How is he still in the city? I'm gonna do it because it pays well. But I shouldn't, and I know that. Point. Regular point. go. I like that. We'll do that thing. I don't know what that's for. Like, what are we connecting? Oh, we don't have the bends. Oh, we need to increase the stiffness. I just saw that. No, we're good, never mind. Sorry, I was thinking of the 2 circles. What do we want for the end? I want that a little wider. It feels... That feels better. Esther. Offer to Hendy. Hendy takes the sword with a kind of giddy reverence. He giggles and slashes it wildly, forcing you to duck out of the way. Save for outside the forge, eh? The time has come! The time has come! He scampers from your workshop, giggling. When you sort through his payment, you find that several of the coins are stained with blood. I knew this was a bad idea. I was entirely well aware of this fact. Very cool. Should be coming... the next one should be coming out in July if the guy gets back to me on time with the cover. Glad you liked it, Vass. I don't want to help you. He's gonna die. And she's pushing him to fight and die. Okay. We're gonna do that one, and then take my remainders to salvage things. So he needs two-handed with black pigments and all that fun shite. Extending the blade, it will definitely help if the... you hit the billet. Change the thickness. Change the width. Change the point. Oh, you want to... and the cross-section... and... no, yeah, we're good there. We're good there. Don't worry about that. That little guy. I could make it longer. I'm not going to, but I could. Gentle bend. Oh. Oh, that. And if we take the leather. And what do I want for the pommel? Let's say raised fishtail. But we definitely need to make that smaller. Okay, we gotta adjust that. Yeah. Yeah. The guard's oopsie. Sorry, not just an oopsie. The guard's oopsie doodle. He slides the blade into his scabbard with visible relief, adjusting his belt to sit properly again. Quartermaster won't know the difference. He saved me months of half rations and latrine duty. Then you should pay me more. Okay. Salvage. Salvage. End of the day. See, this makes sense to have a 20 daily upkeep in the keep. Tannery, the den. Okay, we're gonna... Let's investigate the den first. All of this sounds like a bad idea, but we're gonna do that. It's gonna be the best to look for... What's its fate? That is a big critter. Entering Keep is the first taste of civilization you've had in a while. Craving music and merriment, you go in search of your nearest tavern. As you walk in, it becomes apparent that the den is more than a tavern. It's a shrine to past glories and future conquests. The taxidermied head of a colossal bear is mounted like a grim totem, watching over the crowd. Patrons drink beneath it as if, in the absence of the voices, they have found a new, unspeaking deity. The bar's clientele are men and women whose scars outnumber their teeth. Timber columns are notched with marks of prior brawls. Rough floor has been scrubbed, but not quite well enough to remove the ancient stains from beer and, you suspect, blood. Examine the bear's head. Hanging like a hideous moon over the main hall is the taxidermied head of a colossal bear, clearly unnatural in origin. Fanged and terrible, horns branch from its misshapen skull, grasping at the ceiling like claws. Such a thing isn't impossible. Much wildlife has been twisted by the wrongness that stole across the land after the Sundering. You've heard tell that some of these monstrous beasts have grown the size of houses, capable of toppling trees in a single swipe. How would someone even hurt one of these things, let alone kill it. You immediately start imagining the blade you need to cut through a solid yard of muscle and fur. Assess the clientele. The scarred ruffians at the bar are known as crows, because, like crows, they are cunning scavengers, pecking at the wounds of a dying world. Warriors and wanderers, the crows venture outside the Iron Keep to work as sellswords for mad warlords or plunder the wasteland for loot from a bygone age. The den is where they drink to forget what they have seen. Crows make up the bulk of the den's customer base, but there are others. A man sits in the corner with soft features and slight build, marking him as an outsider. By the hearth, the bard plucks at his lute. At a nearby table, a pair of off-duty guardsmen play cards. Approach the bar. Barkeep is ensnared in an argument with one of the crows. The crow is a hulking figure, arms corded with muscle, bald head except black top knot. He is also drunk beyond redemption. Even his comrades have given up on him for the night. You catch him mid-rant as you approach the bar. If the cowards in this thrice-damned keep had half a spine, they'd rip the mask off and see what you're really bowing to. The crow may be huge, but the barkeep isn't a small man either. He stares down the crow without apparent fear, casually reaching under the bar some hidden implement of war. Listen carefully. I won't tolerate that kind of talk in my tavern. If you wish for death, and want to keep insulting the Masked King, take it elsewhere. You won't do it under my roof. You're as blind as the rest of them. The Masked King's a gutless cur. May the rats in his bloody mask feast. May rats nest in his bloody mask and feast on his face if he has one. The crow storms out into the street, shaking his head ruefully. The barkeep turns his attention to you. They're like children sometimes. What can I get you? Pino Reliable or something stronger? Reliable? What's that? Turpin's Reliable. Can be relied on to get you drunk at a low cost. I think there's a certain charm to the flavor, too. Tell me about the something stronger. Barkeep nods over to gang of crows. One of them grins in return, revealing a set of hideous yellow fangs. Skull Kicker. It's their favorite tipple. 1 glass and you're seeing double. 2 glasses you're seeing things that ain't there. 3 glasses and you won't see anything ever again. Used to be illegal back before the sundering. Now the crows swear by it. I think I'm just gonna go with the reliable. A tanker of yellowish liquid slides before you. 1 sip reveals that it somehow manages to taste both like water and vinegar at the same time. I have some questions for you. Ask away. Got nowhere else to be right now. Do you know a man named Lucas Baronia? Barkeep eyes light up with instant recognition. Hi, everyone knows Lucas. He helped me get the loans I needed to put up this place. What do you need from him anyway? Explain how you met Shavana outside the walls. A sad tale indeed, and one I've heard 100 times over the years. Plenty of hopeless souls wash up outside our walls. Both Lucas on her side, she just might make it. He's well connected and wealthy, but more than that, he's a good man. Lots of friends and surprisingly few enemies for a man of his status. Where can I find Lucas? Barkeep pauses, flicking a washcloth over his shoulder. I reckon you can find him in Citadel Square most evenings. He'll be sitting at his usual table outside the Fallen Doe, holding court. Always a line of folk waiting to bend to his ear. The Bearhead. That real? I don't know. Are you real? I think so? I only ask because apparently some people have trouble trusting the evidence of their own eyes. With an enigmatic smile, he turns away and starts reordering the bottles on the shelf. What happened to Thesson Felber, the previous swordsmith? Thesson was in here the day before he vanished, nursing his pint, clearly in a foul mood. When I asked him what was wrong, he damn near bit my head off. After I got him to calm down, he said he was in a difficult position, didn't know what to do. Wouldn't go into any further detail, and I didn't press him. After that, he downed his pint, wandered out in the night, Never saw the man again. Do you serve food? We got two kinds of stew, rich and lean. One of the crows overhears this and leans towards you with a grin. What Solomon means is your stew can be lumpy or watery. Lumpy costs more. I'll have the lumpy stew, please. You place some coins on the bar along with a ration token. Barkeep sweeps them up, drops a bowl of thick brown liquid in front of you, lumps the crystal bob up appetizingly in the mixture. It tastes better than it looks, and it takes care of your hunger. Can I put up a poster advertising my smithy? Barkeep shrugs. Don't see why not. You affix a poster to one of the den's wooden beams. As your hammer strikes across the bar, the crows look over with curiosity. Oh! They're a whole faction! There's faction reputation now! What were you and that crow arguing about? Some crows spend so much time in the lawless ways, they don't understand the ways of Aaron Keep. You don't disrespect the Masked King, not even in your own home. The Masked King provides, and we're grateful for that. We have to be. Step away from the bar. Solomon lifts a hand in farewell. Talk to the crows. In the safety of the den, the crows don't wear armor. They still have swords at their hips and grisly trophies adorning their bodies. As you approach, a deadly quiet steals over them. What do you want? Eternal life and enough gold to fill a mill pond. Failing that, I'm just happy to share a drink. Your joke lands like a dead dog being dropped into a dining table. The crows stare at you with a mixture of curiosity and contempt. Get out of here before I stick my boot so far up your arse I kick out your teeth. Wait, I'm just the new smith in town. Want to introduce myself. Crows exchange glances. In their line of work, they're often in need of a good smith. You watch as they visibly struggle to remember their manners. I heard a new smith was in town. Good to put a face with a name. I didn't give you a name. About time they found someone to fill old Thesson's shoes. Why don't you take a seat? It's a little like sitting among tigers. Even when relaxed, there's an air of danger about them. These are folk who make a living from killing. They've seen so much death they no longer fear its sting. Right now they're drunk and merry. Hopefully they stay that way. Of the six gathered at the bar, the friendliest, or rather the least hostile, is the hulking tattooed woman who's been speaking to you so far. Sitting beside her is a shallow man twirling a dagger, his face half hidden behind dark curtains of hair. Oh, we got an emo edgelord among the crows. You look beyond him, meet a pair of glaring eyes, deeply set within a hideous face. The crow's corroded yellow fangs are too large for the jaws they've been wedged in. When you glance away, he emits a high-pitched giggle. You can call me Hawk. My associate with the dagger, that's Charmer. Don't piss him off. Guy with the teeth, that's Drags. He doesn't say much, in case he bites down on his own tongue. Who was that arguing with the bartender? Oh, that was Marwin. He's not one of my crew, but we catch a drink together sometimes. I'd sooner trust a viper, but he spins a good yarn. Can't hold its liquor, that's for sure. Even us crows know better than to insult the Masked King in his stronghold. Leave them to their drinks. As you turn away, one of the crows mutters something that's surely unflattering. The others roar with derisive laughter. The hour is late. Outside, the watchman clangs the bell. Curfew approaches. In the den, the night draws to a close, and the grumbling patrons are ushered out into the street. I can't summon Armageddon. I don't have the materials! You notice the drunk crow from earlier, the one who was arguing with the barkeep. He slumped in the gutter, half-conscious, with dried vomit plastered down his tunic. Sharnus, what has he done to you? Despite his mumbling, the crow's glassy eyes do not focus on you. Yeah, And I'm telling you, I don't have the materials to make it. I really want to do this. I really want to do this, but I think it's going to bite me in the ass. We're going to help him to an inn. You splash Kuro's face with water from a nearby trough. Slightly sobered, his eyes finally focus on you. What? Who are you? I'm a new blacksmith in town. Come on, let's get you to your feet. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anymore. You half support, half drag the man to a nearby inn. Man's front desk promises to see him safely to a bed. Your good deed done for the evening, you head back to your forge, wondering if the drunk bro will even remember your face. Well, at least I did that. Besides, Armageddon already passed in this world. That's fair. Well, my dog hasn't bit me in the ass. Using me as a bed sometimes. That's the only faction I see right now. Okay. Cool. Cool. Askill! The fuck you... Good lord! That is so expensive. Look at all that. Okay, we've got a few options. Smith, I need your help. I need a sword, but not just any sword. It has to be exactly as I've seen it. Exactly. He fumbles in his coat, producing a sheaf of parchment, several detailed drawings scattered across your counter. 3 nights ago, I saw it in my dreams. Clear as day, clearer than waking. This blade was in my hands, and it saved me from something terrible. What exactly did you see in this new dream? Doom is coming to Aaron Keep. Riots, famine, fire. When it comes, it'll be every man for himself. I dreamed a beast rampaging through the streets. It sees me with its terrible glowing eyes. But I had the sword. With the sword, I kept it at bay. Tell me about this sword. Here, I've drawn it from every angle. The blade must be curved like so. The length, the sharpness, everything must be precise. I'll return every day to check your progress. Please, my life depends on it being perfect. Sure. Easy enough. Oh. Okay, maybe not easy enough, but at least you give me everything I need to do it. Good lord. Still going. Haven't hit the length he wants yet. Okay, we're gonna start with that. Let's take the curvature. Other direction. Alright, let's get thickness. That curvature needs to be a little bit further. The width actually needs to be thinner. Nope. think there's a taper on it, but we'll see when I get the point. Yeah, there's a taper down the... That's... strangely working. Okay. Okay. Hit the hilt. Alright. Nope. Also nope. May need to make these smaller. Nope. Don't need to make them smaller. Scale it. Let's get... Where's my pommel? There we are. That guy? Maybe? And then we just need to... Dreaming Blade. The Dreaming Blade. Alright, that gives me... It says everything's checked off. About as precise as I think I can do it. Offer. William's bloodshot eyes widen as he sees the completed blade. He reaches for it with trembling hands and stops as if afraid to touch it. It's perfect. Every line, every angle, exactly as I saw it. You pulled it from my dreams into the waking world. As his fingers close around the grip, the trembling in his hand stills. For the first time he entered your forge, he stands straight. What will you do now? Go home and wait. Wait for Aaron Keep to burn. He sheaths the sword with practiced movements as if he's done that 1,000 times before. At the door, he turns back. Good luck, Smith. I hope you survive what's coming. Well... Interesting. Very, very interesting. It's fine. It's fine. We're doing good. So the question Do I do the fuller? Or do the bending? Let's do the bending. We'll be a sword bender. Survey his wares. What do you got? Red Peak, Pair, Killians. How much gold do I got? 400? Yeah, let's do it. Sure. Bye, peddler. I'm going to take a brief intermission, because I need to use the restroom. Guess what happened, so we'll be back in just a few. If you have to go anywhere, I'll see you when you get back. Okay. Approaching where the hunter said they lost their spindle, which appears to be that building right there. I see dangerous and vicious rabbits. Okay. It's definitely little cheesing, but I'll take it. Whoops. We actually have to do the thing?
Yeah.
Man. Alright, it's disabling stratagems. Oh god, no! Tank! Tank, tank!
Where's the tank?
Right there.
Found it!
Right there. Patrice suffered for his crimes against gravity? Look, I'm gonna be real honest, I didn't think that through before I started talking. Trying to light you on fire. Is this another... I think I just cut half the game. I did. I cut half the game. Or half the level. Really? Really? And that's an achievement? Those. I don't know if that's gonna be enough, but by God, I'm doing it. Look, if you understood that, you're a step above me. I summon you, Becky. Your meal. That was fast. Yes! I didn't see you before, sorry. Would have killed you earlier. Didn't mean to ignore you. Thank you for your patience, those of you that had patience. If you did not have patience, you do not get thanked for having patience because you didn't have patience, so no thank you. A subtle, yet important distinction. Okay, the mystery reward is too tempting. So we're gonna hopefully get this to work right. If all the expensive silks didn't give away this customer as well, his plump belly would. The denizens of Aaron Keep may not face daily famine like the applicants do, but only the rich eat well enough to put fat on their frames. Greetings, good smith. I'm in need of a fine sword to wear at my hip. Something that befits my station. Two-handed narrow point straight blade. Saddle brown pigment. You fat bastard. Boop. 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 Hammer time. Yep, still cooking. Still cooking. Alright. Get that thickness down a bit. Point. The cross section. I was about to do something silly, but I can't do that. I don't like that, but we're gonna do this. Let's start with that. Saddle brown. I am short one leather. And a fuck ton of gold. Okay. Let's actually get rid of that. See if I can get something a little bit less ridiculous. No, that's not gonna. Not gonna. It's just not gonna. Okay, let's take... I really don't like that. Alright, that's... Boy, yeah, all sorts of that is not good. Okay. Okay, so I need 1 5. I've got... Okay. So I need 1 more of each. To the peddler! Something poetic about the scrap peddler being the one providing to me this man's sword. That man smiles like a contented seal as he draws the sword part way. The steel glimmers. A fine blade indeed. Mayhaps I shall recommend your services to my friends. Ah yes, enjoy the douche canoe. Alabaster. Interesting, so I can do white leathers now. Gotcha. Okay. And the day. And the day. Lost money overall. Going to Citadel Square. To find Chev's uncle. Helping Chev out. Because I promised. All the city streets eventually wind their way here. The Grand Plaza, called Citadel Square. Market stalls trace the colorful maze around its perimeter. Above it all, the high citadel looms. Built into the bones of the mountain itself, the citadel's imposing gate carved into sheer rock. Access is limited only to those of noble blood and their guests. Look around. Wagons fresh from the wastes unload their goods. A traveler in dusty leather sits on a barrel, regaling children with tales of the world outside. Let's start with meeting Lucas. Lucas sits outside the Fallen Doe, deep in conversation with richly dressed men in silk brocade. When he sees you approach, he waves them away. How can I help you, my friend? Tell him about Chev. Lucas listens to your tale with growing interest. When you tell him his niece is outside the city wall, he sits back in shock and reaches for a drink. By the burning dead, Shivana. Haven't seen her since she was knee-high. Thought my brother and his family all perished in the sundering. To find my niece is alive, not only alive, but just outside the walls? Why, it's a joyous occasion. Drink with me, my friend! He calls over the waiter. What's your poison? Ashen Tear Ale is excellent, but the mead is rather good too. Glass of mead sounds perfect. Lucas smiles approvingly when drinks arrive. He raises his glass into toast. 2 old faces and new friends. He sets down the glass, though. The joy is already fading from his face. Poor Shivana. She must have endured great hardships to cross the wastes. Getting through the gate will be no small feat. Did you mention any skills? Botany, crafting. Can't you handle a sword? Does sarcasm count as a skill? Lucas lets out a quick laugh. Even when she was small, she had a quick wit. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to impress the guards. Every day the marshal grows more reluctant to issue permits. The city is already overcrowded, undersupplied. I should go visit her and make sure she's alright. Do you mind accompanying me? I'd appreciate the support of someone familiar with the camp. Of course I can accompany you. Give me a day to make arrangements. I dare not set foot in the camp like this. My current clothes betray me as soft and wealthy merchant, I fear. Know anything that happened to Thesson Felber? Not much. He was here one day, gone the next. I try to see good in everyone, but sometimes it requires a magnifying glass. Thesson was one such case. He was rude and ill-tempered, though by all accounts an honest businessman. His wife Alice was a kind soul, but sadly, under the thumb of her brute of a husband, she worked as his assistant in the forge. She went missing around the same time as he did. I say as I look at what that message was. Amongst everything, I find... yeah, we're okay. We're good, we're good. We're good? We're good. Alright. Yep, that's just... nothing I need to worry about right now. Interesting. Boy, you must have impressed somebody to get that special treatment. Where can I find steel for my forge? There's an ironmonger by the name of Quell who used to supply your predecessor with all his steel. You got a stall over there somewhere. He points vaguely in the direction of the market. You know who can supply me with wood? I know a reliable carpenter. His name is Oscar. Last I heard, he was over at the Steady Stay, helping them out after some drunk crow smashed up the place. New location marked on your map. The Steady Stay. Switch the topic to personal matters. What do you need? What exactly do you do, Lucas? Cannot tell? I'm a layabout, a lazy good-for-nothing. I talk until my throat is hoarse, and I drink to soothe my pain. Then the drink sets my tongue wagging, and the cycle begins anew. I like him. There's more to it than that. He chuckles. I suppose the real question is, how did I build my fortune? Well, I know almost everyone, and almost everyone knows me. I can be trusted to keep a secret or fairly resolve a dispute. I used to be a merchant, but strangely enough, I make a better living trading connections than I ever did trading silks. Jeff told me you'd moved to Aaron Keep to find your fortune. Looks like it worked. I was rash and headstrong in my 20s. I identified a trade route between Aaron Keep and Orlin that could turn a profit. I thought everyone else was just too stupid to notice it. But the route was less straightforward than I hoped. I had made some marginal profit, but it wasn't long before the Houndsburg League took notice and started undercutting me at every turn. He takes a contemplative sip of beer, his eyes focus a point in the far past. So, what'd you do? I realized my real talent wasn't in spotting trades routes. It was in spotting people. Even when my business was failing, other merchants would seek me out to talk through their problems. So I started hosting informal gatherings at the Fallen Doe. Just drinks and conversation. Merchants would complain about suppliers would grumble about shipping costs, and I listened and remembered everything. Now, when I connect people who can help each other, they show their thanks in their own ways. Bottle of fine wine, fresh prayer at my door, a coin or two for my trouble. I never ask for payment. I just bring people together, and they show their gratitude in ways that keep me afloat. I still laugh about it sometimes. I spent years working all those hours as a frustrated merchant, but I found my true calling at the bottom of a glass of ale. You know, honestly, guy's fucking brilliant. What happened to the trade route? Worthless now. Sundering left it riven with chasms. Orlin used to be our closest neighbor. The border was only a week's ride from here. Nowadays, it feels as distant as the stars. Back to important matters. Conversation flows like fine wine. Lucas is never short of opinions or insights. Eventually, there's a lull as he drains his glass. Bid Lucas goodbye. A pleasure. Leave Shiv's plight with me for the moment. There must be someone who owes me a favor. That is clever. Search the marketplace for useful contacts. You walk beneath the awnings, keeping an eye out for anyone selling steel. I succeeded! Soon enough, you strike up conversation with a friendly ironmonger at a stall selling pots and pans. Her arms are covered in burn scars from some prior accident at the furnace. Heard someone moved into Thessenfelder's old forge. How's it keep treating you? I'm in the early days to set up my business, but things are looking promising. Folk will be happy to have a swordsmith in town who's less surly than Thessen was. What happened to Felber? Ironmonger lowers her voice. Rumor is, he got sent to the farm mines for murdering his wife. Would explain why she went missing alongside him, but no one's sure. Wouldn't surprise me if that were true. Old Thessen had a temper. His black moods would end up in black eyes for the poor woman. Can I buy steel from you going forward? Well, of course! That's my trade. I did the same for Thessen when he was around. I can already tell you'll be more pleasant to deal with. Why? Why would she say no to that? Hey, you sell steel, don't you? You wouldn't mind if I bought some from you on occasion? No. It's my steel. Fuck off. You locate the public notice board of the market stalls and pin your poster among the various announcements and advertisements. A few passersby glance over with mild interest. Well, it's better than passing over with spicy interest. It's only paper, after all. Look at the Citadel Gate. Guards on the steps are not your typical city watch. The watch who patrol the streets and main walls wear battered breastplates and ragged cloaks. But the men guarding the Citadel are knights. Their full plate gleams in the sun, their cloaks are rich red velvet, and display more plumage than an exotic bird. Their swords, to your expert eye, are of the highest quality. First, the wagons. Wagons are spike-wheeled and armor-plated, drawn by jet-black horses of monstrous size. Each bears the same emblem, an armored fist clutching a butchel of golden wheat. Bushel, not butchel. I don't know what a butchel is. Porters in brown uniforms unload wagons, stacking crates before Citadel Gate. Stern-faced guards watch over proceedings, crossbows cradled in their arms. Chat to a porter. One porter sets down his crate, wiping sweat from his brow. After a lifetime of heavy lifting, his arms are like tree trunks, but he has kind eyes. Can't talk long. Lots of work left before sunset. Any idea what happened to Thessen Felber, the previous swordsmith? Nope, never talked much with the man. Tell the truth, he wasn't the friendly sort. What's in the boxes? Ore from the far mines. How to handle goods from across what's left of the realm. Hythan tallow, Orland silks, salt from the Keruvling coast. There's still trade out there for those with the courage to seek it. Who does Aaron keep trade with? Porter's smile is bitter. Mostly warlords and nomads, and a few other outposts that have survived the long dusk. Little islands of sanctuary, floating atop vast misery that devoured our world. What are the far mines? Well, they're mines and they're far away. He snorts at his own wit. You gaze in silence till he elaborates. If you're standing in the northern city wall, you'd see the Iron Teeth peaks in the horizon. That's where the mines bless our city with their bounty. Truly, the wisdom of the Masked King is beyond measure. I want to ask you about something else. Certainly. What is the meaning of the emblem on these wagons? That's a symbol of my masters, the Houndsburg League. They manage almost all trade in and out of Iron Keep. If you meet a merchant who doesn't work for the League, you're dealing with either a criminal or a fish too small for the shark to take notice. Do you have any advice for a newcomer to Iron Keep? Aye, best keep a watchful eye when you walk among the orphans. He points over a nearby gaggle of children with identical gray smocks. Our Masked King is most gracious to grant them shelter. Shifty little rascals, though. Pick your pocket as soon as look at you. Why are you unloading here? Nobles of the High Citadel get the cream of the crop. We head to the warehouse district and finish unloading there. He sighs deeply, looking up Citadel Gate. But first we have to haul these crates onto the supply ramp. I'm telling you should have joined the watch like my brother. Turn your attention to the guard. Watching rather than loading. These guards are neither members of City Watch nor knights of the High Citadel. They're a different breed entirely. Dedicated to shepherding caravans through the wasteland, each carries a kite shield on their back emblazoned with a circle of 7 crimson stars. As you get closer, he swings a crossbow lazily in your direction. His eyes are black and dead as coal. Best keep your distance, friend. Sun slipped below the horizon, curfew draws near. City Watch swing their bells and shout, citizens make their way home. The evening air grows chill, and the warmth of home beckons. Down steep and winding streets you go, leaving the bustle of the Citadel Square behind. A new day has dawned. Clean closures. Alabaster and gold. Gold again, you motherfuckers! No. Man who strolls... Oh, that's easy enough to do. Man who strolls into your forge is small of stature, but clearly geared for combat. He has a sword at his hip, dagger holstered across his chest. Greetings well met, thank the fates, we have bladesmith in the city again. I was starting to expect we'd never get another after old Thesson vanished. I need a new sword to carry. 2 is hardly enough. What if someone disarms me? Fair. A woman enters your workshop, her eyes hard and gray as pebbles and pinch her face. Oh, we got a mystery. Oh, I might want to go with Thana. Smith, take a look at this. Parchment's covered with detailed sketches of an officer's sword. Every measurement is annotated in a precise hand. This was my grandfather's blade. He served in Talinda's army for 15 years, back in the Age of Song. These drawings are remarkably detailed. I had years to memorize every detail. Even after he retired, he trained with it every morning. I watched him moving from stance to stance, as fluid as a river. Some days he'd show me how to sharpen it, how to oil the leather. Said it would be mine to pass down. If it's his blade, where's it now? Her jaw tightens. For a moment, she looks away. My father sold it. 3 months after my grandfather died. Traded it to a wine merchant for Curve for a cask of red-walled red. Cask lasted 2 weeks. 3 generations of honor, drowned in cheap wine. Why commission a copy now? My son Marcus. He's been accepted in the City Watch. The ceremony is next month. He should have his great-grandfather's blade to decide when he takes it off, even if it's only an echo of what was lost. I saved for 2 years to afford this. My husband thinks I'm being foolish, but he didn't know my grandfather. Does your son know about the original sword? I told him the stories, how his great-grandfather served extinction, how the blade never failed him in 15 years of service. Haven't told him it was sold for drink. Let him believe it was lost honorably in battle. These drawings are specific enough, and get started right away. This is worthy. This is worthy. Thank you, Smith. Make it worthy of my grandfather's legacy. I might need more... Definitely gonna need more. Oh, you're tapered! I haven't done a tapered one yet. That's gonna be fun. Or not. All depends on your definition of fun, I guess. Good lord. And this is a hand and a half? Guy must have wrists like the size of a fucking barrel. Okay. Width. I go there. Paper width. And then add a point. This is a horrifying creation. We're going to take the mouth taper of the hilt and increase. Thank you. We need the thinga. Okay, that's the wrong handle. We're gonna need a strong taper, I think. I'm gonna need the strongest of tapers. I did not give this blade an edge. That's a me problem. So we don't have any leather, we don't have any iron. I can fix this. Okay. Okay. I cannot fix this the way I thought I was going to fix this. Okay, the wares. I did not count how much leather I needed. What's our... I mean, 3 more leather and 4 steel. Let's see what we need for... What does she sell with the steel? What is... How much is the steel? Same exact price. Oh! Diamond grip. Whoa, 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 whoa. We are not putting peens on our swords. Not that kind of game. Not that kind of sword. Okay, maybe not that kind of peen. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, that's only 50? Fuck yeah. I'll get both those. Goodbye! Quality blades require quality steel. Don't accept any substitutes. I need 3 more leather. I'm gonna buy 10. Goodbye, you creepy little man. we are. Donna. Jorge. That's everything we need. The question. Let's look at the what we got. Let's look at our new things. Oh, they're just little cosmetic spiky bits. I can make it a punk rock blade. Okay. Cool. Let's change that from white to black, though. I like how that looks better. We have recreated the shape. We have recreated the points. We have done everything she asks. Grandpappy's stabby. Stab. Truly, the names of brilliant smiths name their swords with such distinction. Zena's hands tremble slightly as she reaches for the sword. She stops just short of touching it, as if afraid it might vanish. It's exactly as I remember. She lifts the blade with practiced ease, her grandfather's training evident in every movement. For a moment, years seemed to fall away from her face. He took me through the forms, one by one, taught me how to guard, how to strike. I never ended up using those skills, I just let them rust away. My grandfather would have been disappointed by that. The past can't be reforged, but the future can. She looks at you sharply. Then her expression softens. Wise words, Smith. She wraps the sword carefully in an oiled cloth, each fold precise and deliberate. As she turns to leave, she pauses at your door. Her grandfather would have respected your craftsmanship, Smith. That's the highest praise I can offer. Grandpappy Stabby. I feel bad for calling it Grandpappy Stabby Stab now. She was nice and I called it Grandpappy Stabby Stab. Okay, what do we... Let's salvage that. Oh. Not bad. But before we go too much further into the depths of our mind... This is a repair job. Only thing got a time for... We're gonna sharpen it. So all I need to do is fix the point. And then fix the cross section. And change the thickness, apparently. Alright, Mana. Good as new, maybe better. Well, I bet a slice of lens for a man's eyes before I can blink. That is... oddly specific. Cheers, Smith. My enemies will lament your name. You don't even know my name. I never told you my name. Who are you? Can I repair the window? Maybe dust the fucking forge? End the day. Yeah, we lost money today, but that's fine. Steady stay, tannery, Lost City. Oh, let's take Lucas to the camp. Because I've got the peddler. I and Fred, blah, 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 blah. Meet Lucas at the Fallen Doe. Lucas sits outside the Fallen Doe, deep in conversation with Richard Jeff Men set for cave, and he sees the approach, he waves them away. Ah, there you are. Thank you again for bringing word of my niece. Are you ready to camp and talk to Shiv? Aye, I'm ready. He'd skewed his usual finery for some simple peasant clothes. Let's go. He stands from the table, knocking back a glass of drink, and gestures for you to follow. Follow him! And Shev's dead. Outside the wall of Aaron Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. Now that you've gained residency in the city, visiting this place brings back an onslaught of painful memories. Lucas steps delicately through the churned mud and puddled sewage, staring about in pure horror. The applicants gaze resentfully back, their eyes hollow and skull-like faces. He may be dressed shabbily, but he's clearly an outsider. He has meat on his bones. I had no idea it was like this. Any one of these people would skin you alive for a life as low as beggar and Aaron Keep. I should know. Worse than I ever imagined. The man falls silent. You pick your way between the ragged tents and you finally reach Shavana. Crouch outside her tent, gnawing at a chicken bone. Get her attention. She glances up, her mouth turns into a perfect O of shock when she sees Lucas. She rushes to him, enveloping him in a fierce hug. Chev, I can't believe it. You really are here! Uncle, you came! By the burning dead, your skin and bone girl, here, take this. Lucas brought as much food as he could spare from his weekly rations. Loaf of dark bread, 3 withered apples, and a chunk of salted meat wrapped in cloth. Chev attacks it with gusto, tearing into the bread like a ravenous wolf. Hide the food, you'll attract tension. Chev nods, drawing you and Lucas in the privacy of her tent. You weren't lying, she's actually here. I can't believe my little niece traveled all this way and survived so many hardships. Thank you for letting me know where to find her. Well, you should hear about it, and it cost me nothing to tell you. I don't know how I can thank you enough, Smith. I'll be forever grateful. Here, Uncle, sit down. We have much to talk about. Sit with them. Because I don't have another choice. I would have left them alone. I would have gone and talked to the boy and his dog. You sit up with Chev and Lucas for a long time as the two of them catch up. They avoided discussing stories of their survival since the Sundering, Chev's harrowing journey across the wasteland, Lucas's comfortable rise with an Aaron Keep society. Instead, they stick to old family anecdotes, comforting and bittersweet. And you were so excited from the puppet show, you were sick right down my back. Your father laughed until he cried. Chev is laughing and crying too, wiping away tears as she relives the memory. Those were better days. I miss the world we used to have. Aye, lass, so does everyone. I wish could chat all day, but we're going to head back soon, before it gets dark. Our next step, Siobhan, is to get you safely into Aaron Keep. Every day you're out here carries a risk. What if I take her on as my apprentice? Not good enough, I'm afraid. Keep's only interested in accepting master-level artisans. You know how difficult it is even to get you your worker's permit. When I'm back in Aaron Keep, I'll call in all the favors I can. I know Marshall's been clamping down hard on permits recently, but perhaps I can pull off a miracle. Is there anything I can do to help? Chev, is there anything you need? Actually, yes. When my uncle's busy calling favors, could you make me a sword? Something lightweight, small but sharp? She shivers, her eyes scanning the dark shapes of tents around her. I can't pay you, but I'd appreciate it. I'm starting to worry the rusty bread knife under my pillow isn't enough. Has anything happened? Nothing to me, not yet. But the nights are growing longer and people are getting more desperate. And to be honest, by coming out and seeing me like this, you've made me into a target. There'll be jealous whispers. People will wonder if you brought me food and if they can take it without a fight. No problem, Chef. I can make you a sword. I'll pay you for your time, Smith. I insist on it. Also wouldn't object if you brought me some food, Smith. Just once in a while. Food and a pleasant company are both in scarce supply out here. It's getting dark. We have to go. Stay safe, Shavana. Chev smiles often, but her smiles are always tinged by bitterness or sorrow. Now she smiles genuinely. It's like the sun bursting through the clouds. I will, Uncle. Thanks for everything. The two embrace, somewhat awkwardly. Then you accompany Lucas as he makes his way back to the city. The hollow stairs of the other applicants follow you all the way to the outer gate. Oh. Interesting. Woman enters your fort wearing mismatched armor, and her waist is adorned with battlefield trophies. Wasteland grime has worked its way into every crease in her face. I finally scrounged enough coin to buy some new steel. Lost my blade in someone's ribcage. Couldn't get it loose before his friend showed up. Okay, so we get more reputation with crows. I don't know what that does for me yet, but it's probably a good idea to have the psychopathic murderers of the wastes on your side. Even though you're not in the wastes, they might be able to get some things for you from the wastes. And, you know, they're psychopathic murderers. Okay, that should be more than enough. Walnut brown! Two-handed? Bitch. Interestingly, it doesn't give me a test or a task to make Chev a weapon. So... Huh? Arrow point, you say? Oh, let's have some fun. We don't need a curve, but I'm gonna put a curve in there. And yes, I'm gonna do this weird. Because I said so. Oh, wait. I got an idea. What it is. Dump that. Curvature. No. Come on. Idea. Okay, so we're gonna do another curvature. Okay, I think I see... Good lord. Trying to make a Kopesh. And this is a kind of pain in the ass weapon in general, but just figured it'd be a neat little thing to add in. Okay. Get that a little bit longer. Yeah, it's not the best Kopesh, but I like it, so we'll go with that. We'll go ahead and do a Whee! I was having too much fun with that. Okay, where's my diamond grips? Let's do a... Oh, that's different than I thought. Okay. That's not what I thought they meant by a diamond grip. Oh, right. And now I need 5. So let's do... let's just get a full stack. That'll give me 5 left over. Goodbye, peddler! Barge! And we do need something for the pommel. No, not that one, but... Really? Sure. Why not? We'll keep it right there. Okay, let's... That's as big as we can get it, so let's be silly. I want to be silly, let's just be silly. And... Nope, that's gonna be too big. No! Alright, that's not gonna work for me, so we're gonna do Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Fine, you're gonna be a little bit like that. We'll... Oh, I've got just the thing. Nope. That's all you do? That's not gonna help either. Think it... Nope, too far. Wonder, can I... Nope, can't. Can't do that. Can't inlay with the engraving. Alright, that's fine. Yes, it's ridiculous. No, I don't care. She tests the blade's edge with her teeth, gnawing the metal. Tastes nice and sharp, should punch through leather and bone alike. Back to the ruins, then. The dead won't rob themselves. She strides from your workshop with an explosion of wheezing laughter. Boy, I'm glad I gave this crazy weapon to the crazy woman. I do not feel as bad. Okay, we've got 2, so let's... That. And... End the day. End the day. Explore Iron Keep. To the tannery. To the tannery! The smell hits you before the tannery comes into view, and it hits you hard. A dazing blend of rotting flesh, stale piss, and caustic lime. Round the corner, you see the source of the stench. Workers stand waist-deep in large wooden vats filled with manure and urine, stamping the mixture into hides. Others scrape fat and flesh from the skins with curved knives, the wet slapping sound carrying across the yard. Seek out the tannery's owner. You find the owner seated behind an oak desk in an outbuilding, insulated from the worst of the stench. Sweat glistens on his fleshy jowls, and his fingers are adorned with silver rings. This is not a man with any personal experience in leatherworking. He looks up at you when you enter, his eyes flashing with irritation. What now? Another complaint about the smell? Greetings. I'm the new swordsmith in Iron Keep. The man's fleshy features shift into a calculated smile. Greetings, Smith. Name's Perdesh, and I'm in the leather trade. What can I do for you on this fine day? Do you have a man named Caswin in your employ? Caswin? Aye, he's a good worker. Tireless. Doesn't complain. He owes a substantial debt to the Houndsburg League. I'm helping him pay it off, one day at a time. Without my generosity, he'd have 2 broken legs and only a begging bowl to his name. He's mine. What does he matter to you? I was hoping to hire him at my forge. He snorts derisively. You're welcome to him, but the man owes a considerable sum. You just need to wait about 10 years. You should have paid off his debt by then. How much would it cost to buy Caswin's freedom? Horace was ledger muttering calculations. With interest, $2,000. By now you can stump up that kind of money. Come now, you're not dealing with me fairly. There must be some way to reduce the price. That's the price, take it or leave it. Why such a steep cost for this man's freedom? He's one of my best workers. I won't let him go till he's worked off every penny. Okay. What do you know about the missing swordsmith? Rumor has it Thesson murdered his poor wife and fled in the ways to escape King's justice. Sounds plausible enough to me. You do well to drop this line of inquiry, Smith. Thesson was a scoundrel. No one in the city misses him. Especially now that you're here to take his role in the city's supply chain. Can I buy some leather? We don't deal with individuals. We sell in bulk to established customers. He looks you up and down with a grunt. But if you help out the tannery for a few hours, I can give you some offcuts to take home. Fuck you, dude! You are treated to a simpering smile as you leave his office. Right back to the forge. Well, we'll find Cassman first. You find a deep conversation with a woman with a wild tangle of hair and a bow slung across her shoulder. You stand beside a cart loaded with fresh animal hides. The woman sees you first, her eyes keen bright. She smiles Cassman, and her smile is like a dazzling blade. I'll leave you to talk to your friend. She slips away. Puzzled Cassman turns and spots you, recognition taking a moment to flicker across his face. Well met there, Smith. Sorry about the smell. Is there anything you need? Who was that? Oh, that was a huntress. She keeps us supplied with animal hides. Well, her and the herders up at the farming district. To be honest, I don't know her actual name. Never been quite brave enough to ask. How's life in the trading yard, Cassawin? Oh, you know. I don't want to complain. It took me a while, but I'm almost used to the smell. And I'm so tired by the end of the day, I don't even have to worry about bad dreams. I just collapse straight into bed. Big goodbye. Farewell to you. And if you need me, I'll be here. He sighs. Not working for evening. No. Fuck that guy. It'll take weeks to get the smell out of your clothes. If I could, I would drag that man out into the camp and say, here. And then take Cassawin, go, here. You work here now. How does he have the debt? There's many confusions. Okay, so that's 600. Alright, first of all, how much? So that's not going to be enough to get me over. Rise and Shine, Volume 2. $92, 7 leather. Still looking for Shyvana. Jovan. This, I think, is my best bad idea. Timid knock at your door. Come in! Middle-aged woman shuffles into your forge. Deep circles under her eyes suggest a week without sleep. I need a sword, Smith. For protection. You don't need a sword, Smith. Sounds like you need a smith for a sword. Protection? From what? My neighbor. A man named Hendy. He used to be friendly enough, but over the last year he's become very strange. Oh, God. It's him. Yeah, let's get you the... Let's get you a sword. My neighbor, a man named Hendy. He used to be friendly enough, but over the last year he's become very strange. Leaves little written messages everywhere talking about dust and spider webs. Seems harmless enough, but some damn fool's giving him a sword. I peeked out my window and saw him wandering around with it past curfew. When he saw me looking, he screamed at me and said he was going to cut me apart and save me from the dust. I can see why you're afraid. Guards won't bother to deal with some madman in Merkside. I need to defend myself somehow. I'll start work right away. Thank you. I'm not telling her that I made the sword. Making swords is my job. Okay. She is much more specific on the sword she needs. Like, this is the most detailed need of weapon I have seen. Alright, we're gonna change the thickness. I do not have enough steel. Change the width a little bit. Point. What do we got for thickness? Let's... Nope. There we go. Let's see if this fixes our balance situation here. We'll do that with a solid diamond grip. Okay, how? So if we... give that a little bit extra, but the balance... So if we... Do I need it longer? Nope, let's go the other way. Okay, so we want... Then all I need to do is get the point pointy again. And that's about as good as we get it with that. And I need 6 steel to the Ironmonger. Oh, you got more things? Interesting. Couldn't have done that. Goodbye. Barge. Madman's word. Risa takes a sword and holds it aloft, her arm trembling under the weight. Hopefully this keeps me safe when my neighbor comes a-knocking. Thank you. Yeah, you boned, lady. This not good. This not good. You're getting hosed. Can I help you? Really? You think so? So difficult being the dog, isn't it? Okay, end the day. That's a carpenter. Let's head to the camp today. We'll do the carpenter tomorrow. Seek out Chev. As you approach, she stifles a cough. I know what you're thinking. She's got a malady spreading around the camp. Truth is, I don't know, but I surely don't feel right. Better stand upwind, just in case. Made me a sword yet? There's whispers in camp about folk going missing at night. I feel better with a blade at my side. Officer food from the keep. You brought some bread and cheese. Not much, after all, rationing still enforced within city limits. But still a feast by camp standards. She falls on savage determination, only after it's gone, and she's picking individual crumbs from her clothes as she speak. Sorry if my table manners offend. You know what it's like out here. Sorry, I'm still working on your blade. Please hurry. How's life in the camp? Oh, it's as you expect. Wretched and hungry. I'm not going to tell her about life in the camp. Some hideous illness is rippling through the camp. The moans of dying mingle with sobs of bereaved. Fly-blown corpses lie beside overstuffed graves. As you walk towards Sandrick's tent, you spot Troldo limping through the mud. He looks at you with doleful eyes, then hobbles away with his head downcast. Follow the dog. Oh no. The dog leads you over churned mud through ragged tents, past hordes of coughing near skeletons, whose eyes follow you with blazing jealousy. At last Troldo stands beside Sandrick's tent. He barks once softly, then pads inside. Sandrick Maunder, last son of the Maunder clan, is lying on his bedroll. The boy looks nothing more than rags draped over bones. He's not breathing. Troldo pans over and gently nudges his fallen master. Sandrick's body shifts slightly, then settles back in place. A few flies lift and start circling the tent. Examine the corpse. You don't know what got him first, starvation or disease. Most likely a combination of the two. Sandrick Maunder is dead. Far too young. Troldo raises his head in mournful howl. Bury the boy. You dig one more grave beside the others. Sandrick is so light in your arms, he's hardly there at all. You lower him gently into the muddy hole you've dug. Troldo stands at the graveside, oddly silent and solemn. Rest in peace, Sandrick. You shovel bites dirt. Spadefuls of earth shower the grave, covering Sandrick's pale face. Refilling the grave takes what energy you had left. You'll need to head home before you collapse where you stand. As you turn to leave, you see Troldo still stood over his young master's grave. Encourage Troldo to follow you home. You feed him a strip of dried meat, pet his flank, but Troldo's fixed in place, eyes downcast. I got the dog! He trots at your heels as you make your way back to the forge. For the first time since Master died, his tail starts to wag. I got the dog! Wake up with a groan, every movement sluggish. Night has left you with bone-deep, abiding exhaustion. Today's work will be impacted. Hunts for treasures and brings it to your doorstep. Helps unlocks more skills. Troldo's life at camp has left him covered in filth and fleas. His ribs jutting through his fur, spots of mange on his flanks, but he pants and whips his tail with enthusiasm as you approach. Give Troldo a bath. Troldo wasn't familiar with the concept of baths. Once you scrub him with soap and upend the first bucket over his head, he discovers that he doesn't like it. He runs off yelping, apparently decided that you tend to drown him. You chase him around the workshop for an hour before the last of the suds have been rinsed off. Afterwards, Troldo looks like a new dog. His fur glossy and shiny, the flea infestation has been mostly combed out. He glares at you resentfully for the rest of the day. Feed Troldo. You want a strip of dried meat, which Troldo will stand eagerly. After a life in the wasteland, he's not going to waste time savoring his meals. Pet Troldo. He leans heavily into you, growling with deep doggy contentment as you stroke his flank. Get back to work. Troldo pats back to his basket and curls up for a snooze. You've never met a dog that could sleep for so long so deeply. Yes, I have. This furry little monster right here. Okay, there's literally nothing I can do with any of these. So let's... This is just gonna serve to do the upkeep. Good lord, yeah, but this is absolutely terrible. Give me your money! Yes, I can help. Do I want to? No, but I will. And point. Yay, hooray! Much better. Good work, Smith. My name's not Smith. Alright, that's what we got. But I got the doggy. And the day. The steady stay. Steady stay is one of Aaron Keep's more refined inns. Here scented candles tinge the air with jasmine, and every surface is sparkling clean. Stout man stands behind the bar, his face a mass of friendly wrinkles. The beating rhythm of a hammer echoes across the restaurant as a carpenter replaces floorboards, supervised by a young woman with a stern expression and an eye patch. The inn is mostly empty. You could count the patrons on one hand. Welcome to the Steady Stay. We offer clean rooms, good food, and drinks for the savoring. Rysel, stop fussing over there and greet our guests properly. Innkeeper has a strong accent you can't quite place. The lilting rhythm reminds you of Orlin, but the cadence is off. I'm not fussing, Father. The carpenter needed help. Carpenter's here. I'd like to have a word with him. Of course, but first you need to sit and eat. Rysel, put that scowl away and show our guests a smile. This is an inn, not a funeral home. One with the eye patch sighs, tension evident in every line of her body. In the distance, bell tolls the hour as the woman's gaze falls upon you. The seventh chime hangs in the air. Her eye widens in shock or recognition. Then, so quickly, it's like nothing ever happened at all. She adopts a neutral mask. Greetings. Apologies if my father broke your eardrums. Biz has been slow recently, and he's excited to see a new face. What was that look you just gave me? It's... nothing. What can we do for you? Food, board, or both? I recommend the meat and mushroom pie. My brother Keon makes the best pie in Aaron Keep. Take a slice of pie. I'll get that for you. 10 minutes later, you're wolfing down a slice of pie with a generous helping of mashed parsnip. It is cooked to perfection. When you're finished, you have a pleasantly full belly and a newfound appreciation for the humble parsnip. You lay some coins on the table, money well spent. Speak to Rysel. What happened to your eye? What happened to common decency? Do you think it's polite to ask a stranger about their disfigurement? She smirks at the look on your face. Relax, I jest. I'll tell you. If you tell me something. What's your greatest fear? what people are capable of. What I'm capable of. Well, you aren't the only one with those thoughts. You gave me an answer, a fair one at that. Suppose I'll have to honor my promise. Here's what of my eye. I gave it up willingly, and I received nothing in return. She sits back in her chair, a bitter smile on her face. Sounds like there's more to that story. My father says that life is like sailing. Can't choose the winds, but you can set your sails. I disagree. I think life is a game where you only learn the rules after you've already lost. Heard any rumors about what happened to Thess and Felber? You should ask my father about that. He visited Thesson's forge just after he went missing. What made you decide to get into the family business? She tilts her head regarding you carefully. Decide is a strong word. Sometimes we're called to one path, but fate delivers us elsewhere. I'm grateful to my father for taking me in, even if he can be a little pig-headed sometimes. What path were you walking before the steady stay? Same path you're all walking. We marched to the tune of the songs. Then the voices fell silent, and the future was rewritten. It's amazing how quickly years of work can become irrelevant. Is this really your fate? You seem like you have bigger aspirations than innkeeping. We all have callings. Trick is recognizing them when they arrive. Spent the last decade waiting for the right constellation of circumstances. Approach the bar. You walk away. Roselle mutters a distracted farewell. The man behind the bar is stout as a barrel, and about as tall. His daughter would tower over him if the two were to stand next to each other. When he turns to you, he smiles so broadly his eyes practically vanish amid his wrinkles. Forgive my daughter. She thinks she's helping her poor old father run the inn. It's beneath her talents. Perhaps she's right, but don't tell her that. Innkeeper laughs until he has tears in his eyes. I just wish she would smile more. Be more pleasant to our guests. First impressions are everything. Do you know anything about Thess and Felber's disappearance? Yes, I visited his forge around the time he vanished. I was looking to commission a new set of knives for the kitchen. By the time I got there, Thesson was already gone. Only his poor wife was there, sobbing and asking if I knew where her husband was. I told her she was just being silly. I was sure Thesson was fine. Oh, what a fool I could be. The wife vanished too, not long after, so he didn't kill her. Oh. Interesting. So Thesson vanished first, and then his wife? Yep, that's what I just said. But we have a new Miss Smith now, yes? All is right in the world. Do you mind if I put up a poster advertising my forge? By all means, yes, hang it over there by the entrance. And, of course, introduce myself. Ah, the blacksmith. Such a useless skill to have. I'll send customers your way if they need a new weapon for facing the wastes. My name is Nikao Kamai, Master of Pies, Lord of Fine Ale. You can see from my girth. Ha-ha! Why did you call your inn the Steady Stay? Of course. Alright. We're gonna wrap this up. Name this inn before the Sundering. It can change meaning over time, my daughter. When I first named it, I was thinking mainly of my alliteration. What can I say? That accent, where are you from originally? You have a keen ear. It is sand and sunshine called Phosphie. One of 70 islands of Kaivo, deep in Lazuline Sea. Not so many Calvin people here in Aaron Keep. Journey, very difficult. Hitch a ride in the Orlean trading vessel. And I am sailing for many, many moons to reach the curving coast. It was 30 years ago, before the long dusk, before my Ricel was born. I was lucky to arrive here in those days, before everyone and their grandson was trying to get in the keep. But I will never know what befell my beautiful islands of Kavau in the years since. You ever miss Kavau? Of course! Taste of Kuvara fruits, the pulse of the sea, the sun sparkled on the waves like shimmering blanket of fish scales. My home, my people! Ah, my heart. That's enough about your past. I agree, let's look to the future, yes? Nice to talk to you. Pleasure's mine. Come back soon. Speak to carpenter. Blah, 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 blah. What is it? You need a supply of wood. Can you help? That's a polite lesson. I did. Good man. Reliable. Doesn't sit right with me, you taking over his forge like this. What if it comes back? I'm gonna find what happened to Thesson. In the meantime, trade with me. Well, I am curious myself. Sad state of affairs when a man can vanish like that and no one says a word. Spits in his palm, proffers it to you for a handshake. Shake his hand. If you need anything, just say the word. Gross. Why do you think the old smith went missing? I don't like to speculate on much matters. Old Thesson likely stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Bid goodbye. Carpenter bids callous hand farewell, then resumes his hammering. Leave the inn. Alright. Hey, it's that big dude. Rush up against hulking figure making his way into the inn. Thumbs meaty hand on your shoulder. Watch your step, worm. With a jolt, you recognize the loud, obnoxious crow from the den. The one who's been criticizing the Masked King. You help him get to an inn that night, but he doesn't seem to recognize you. As the crow walks into the inn, you hear Rysel greet him. She sounds suddenly on edge. Oh, Marwyn, you're back. You've got your usual table ready. Without looking back, you begin trudging walk back to your forge. Rhythmic knock at the door! I hope you don't mind my early visit. She steps inside, single light taking in every detail of the forge. Good morning, Rysel. You're not sure she even hears you. Her hand glides across her rack of tools, counting them one by one, then she turns abruptly. What brought you to Aaron Keep, Smith? Aaron Keep's the last safe place in Talenda. Not much choice in the matter. I know what you were. Stray cinder on the breeze, tumbling. Never catching a light. Until now. She looks you up and down, her eye more piercing than any sword. You get the strange sense you're being measured for a purpose. Or perhaps a coffin. Do you have someone who keeps your books? I've only just started my business. Do you mind showing me your ledger? Show her. You pull a ledger from beneath your stack of iron ingots. She takes it carefully. Ledger is smoke-stained, ink-blotted, and filled with loose paper that slip as Rysel lifts it. She grimaces as though holding a dead toad. You could use a bookkeeper, I think. I'm quicker with numbers than any merchant, and I've saved my father 1,000 thalers over the years. I could save you a great deal of money if I worked here. So, you want a job? It was merely an observation. From her smile, something more at play. Rysel wants to work here, but not for a job. She wants to be close to you. I actually came here to ask for your help. There's a problem at the inn. What kind of problem? A problem that only you can solve. My father's too proud to ask for help, but one day his pride shall be his funeral shroud. Come to the inn and you'll see what's wrong. I'll be there. Thank you. I know. She slips out of the door as quickly as she arrived, leaving nothing but a ringing silence and the faint smell of jasmine. Troldo, what you got for me? Troldo's looking much healthier after being fed and bathed, his coat shining and glossy, the bald patches are being replenished by new growths of fur. Feed Troldo. Pet Troldo. Get back to work. Because the dog is good. But we are going to go ahead and save there, because I'm noticing that my stream is being a bit finicky. So let's see whom in the universe we have. Oh, let's say hi to the ferrets today. A little bit earlier than I wanted to go, but if my bitrate keeps jumping up and down like this, it's not going to work too well. So, until next time, you all have a lovely rest of your time zone. I might do something tomorrow because I don't have any plans going on for the weekend. So we might do something tomorrow, or I might be fighting with servers and getting Coda set up. One of the three. Until next time, you all have a lovely rest of time zone. I'll see you then.